Orang muda, selamat datang di program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma. Matematika adalah sebuah ilmu fundamental yang mendukung perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dan juga membantu mewujudkan peradaban manusia yang lebih baik. Dengan mempelajari matematika, kita diajak untuk berpikir logis, kritis, sistematis, dan terstruktur. Hal-hal inilah yang sangat dibutuhkan di dalam dunia kerja di era revolusi industri 4.0 saat ini. Program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma telah memiliki sejarah panjang dan juga pengalaman yang teruji dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang modern, reflektif, konstruktivis, dan juga berintegritas. Penelitian dan pengembangan keilmuan yang kontekstual terus kami lakukan untuk mewujudkan visi kami menjadi program studi yang menghasilkan penggali kebenaran yang unggul dan humanis untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Mari kita berkenalan lebih dekat dengan program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma.
Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma itu mengalami 3 tahap. Yang pertama tahap Icmame Sanata Dharma, tahap kedua itu tahap universitas menjadi fakultas MIPA, tahap ketiga sekarang setelah merger menjadi fakultas sains dan teknologi. Jadi prodi matematika itu mulainya bersamaan dengan Icmame Sanata Dharma tahun 1955. Ketika itu ada 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan sejarah, bahasa Inggris, pendidikan, dan jurusan IPA, ilmu pasti alam, di dalamnya ada matematika. Nah, ketika tahun 93 Icmame menjadi universitas, jurusan itu pecah menjadi 2 bagian. Yang fokus pendidikan itu masuk fakultas FKIP, yang fokus matematika itu mendirikan fakultas namanya Fakultas MIPA. Sampai tahun 2007, Fakultas MIPA digabung dengan Fakultas Teknik menjadi Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, yang salah satu prodinya adalah prodi matematika sampai sekarang.
Di program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma, mahasiswa diajak untuk mendalami ilmu matematika yang di era sekarang ini sangat berperan penting dalam pengembangan teknologi, khususnya bidang sains data, machine learning, big data, ataupun aktuaria. Menguasai pemrograman komputer juga menjadi salah satu keunggulan lulusan Prodi Matematika USD. Kedua hal tersebut tercermin dalam bidang kerja yang digeluti lulusan kami yang berbeda dari lulusan pendidikan matematika, yakni sebagai data scientist, data analis, maupun sebagai konsultan aktuaria di perusahaan-perusahaan ternama di Indonesia. Bagi para mahasiswa yang tertarik untuk mendalami ilmu matematika murni pun akan didampingi oleh para dosen yang berkualitas dan berkiprah baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Sebagai gambaran kualitas program studi matematika USD, dalam beberapa tahun terakhir ini, mahasiswa kami mendapatkan penghargaan dalam kompetisi sains data dan juga kompetisi nasional matematika berdampingan dengan para mahasiswa dari perguruan tinggi negeri, baik sebagai finalis maupun sebagai juara.
Cerdas dan humanis dalam ilmu matematika. Sebagai ilmu dasar, matematika dapat dikembangkan secara independen dengan sendirinya, dengan melibatkan logika, dengan melibatkan pola-pola yang ada. Sisi cerdas dari ilmu matematika tidaklah diragukan. Pertanyaannya adalah, lalu bagaimana dengan sisi humanisme matematika? Matematika dapat diterapkan dalam bidang ilmu lain, dapat diterapkan untuk membantu menyelesaikan masalah dalam dunia nyata, dalam bidang kemanusiaan demi kesejahteraan hidup manusia. Misalnya dengan pemodelan matematika, matematika membantu merumuskan masalah dalam kehidupan manusia dan dapat menyajikan usulan penyelesaian atas masalah yang ada dengan perkiraan-perkiraan tertentu dengan angka-angka tertentu.
Mengapa dipilih oleh Syarikat Yesus? Saya kira ada dua alasan. Yang pertama, matematika adalah ilmu dasar yang mendasari ilmu-ilmu lainnya. Seperti dikatakan oleh Bertrand Russell yang mengatakan bahwa mathematics is the queen and the servant of all sciences. Ratu dan pelayan semua ilmu pengetahuan. Oleh karena itu layaklah kita mulai dari matematika. Dan yang kedua, prinsip pemilihan kerasulan Syarikat Yesus adalah kerasulan yang sedikit dipilih oleh orang. Begitu. Nah, matematika itu sedikit dipilih oleh perguruan tinggi di tanah air kita. Nah, justru itu yang dipilih. Memilih karya yang tidak banyak dipilih oleh karya-karya lainnya. Oleh karena itu maka dipilih matematika dan fisika.
Belajar matematika tidak hanya belajar tentang bilangan, tetapi lebih dari itu belajar tentang bagaimana cara berpikir yang logis, sistematis, dan terstruktur.
Di program studi matematika ini, Anda juga akan belajar mengenai artificial intelligence atau kecerdasan buatan yang sangat penting bagi Anda ketika bekerja nantinya.
Pengen belajar matematika yang humanis dan humoris? Bergabunglah di Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma.
Kuliah di Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma asik banget loh. Gak cuma dalam hal akademis saya belajar, tapi saya juga bisa menjadi reporter di salah satu UKM di universitas.
Selama berkuliah di Prodi Matematika USD, saya semakin tertarik untuk mendalami materi-materi perkuliahan baru berkat para dosen yang senantiasa memberikan semangat untuk menemukan dan mencari jawaban.
Saya bersyukur menjadi bagian dari program studi matematika karena lingkungan, dosen, dan teman-temannya yang sangat suportif, terutama ketika saya mengalami kesulitan, mereka yang siap memberi dukungan dan semangat pada saya.
Belajar matematika membuat saya berpikir kritis dan logis.
Matematika itu abstrak, tapi Prodi Matematika membantu saya dalam memahami ilmu-ilmu terapan matematika dalam kehidupan sehari-hari.
Matematika itu adalah ilmu yang diciptakan oleh manusia. Oleh karena itu, maka bersifat manusiawi. Jadi, sesuatu yang dibuat oleh manusia itu mesti ada unsur-unsur manusianya. Lalu dua hal yang bagi saya penting kalau mau menerangkan mengenai humanisme matematika, yaitu pertama adalah matematika itu suatu bahasa yang dipakai oleh manusia untuk berkomunikasi. Kalau kita mau berkomunikasi, manusia kalau mau berkomunikasi harus memakai bahasa. Matematika itu bahasa. Bahasa apa? Bahasa yang dipakai oleh orang, oleh manusia untuk menjelaskan fenomena alam ini dengan persamaan-persamaan dan metode-metode dan statistik yang dimiliki oleh matematika. Lalu yang kedua, matematika itu selalu terkait dengan historisitas, dengan sejarah. Munculnya matematika yang sekarang sangat rumit dan sangat canggih itu semua adalah hasil sejarah manusia yang berjuang, berusaha keras untuk menciptakan teori-teori baru di dalam matematika. Jadi di sanalah matematika itu berkaitan dengan kemanusiaan karena merupakan hasil karya manusia yang berlangsung di dalam sejarah. Bahasa dan sejarah itu dua hal yang menurut saya pokok untuk menjelaskan matematika, humanisme matematika.
Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Matematika adalah salah satu program studi di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta. Pendidikan di Universitas Sanata Dharma memfasilitasi pribadi berkembang secara utuh dan siap membantu sesama, terutama yang membutuhkan. Untuk itu, Pendidikan Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma yang sering disingkat PEMAT USD unggul dengan berturut-turut terakreditasi A oleh Ban PT dan secara profesional memiliki visi akan menghasilkan calon pendidik matematika yang kompeten dan humanis, melaksanakan penelitian dan pengabdian yang memberikan solusi pada masalah pendidikan matematika yang berlandaskan pada spiritualitas nasian.
Mahasiswa USD, khususnya PEMAT, diberi kebebasan untuk memilih kegiatan yang bisa mengembangkan minat dan bakatnya. Ada unit kegiatan mahasiswa, UKM, tingkat universitas, tingkat Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, tingkat HMJ Pemipa, tingkat HMPS PEMAT, maupun kegiatan dari bentuk sosial bermasyarakat dan pengembangan kepribadian lainnya. Selain minat dan bakat, tingkat penalaran dan kreativitas mahasiswa diharap mampu lebih berkembang sehingga bisa diamalkan untuk berbuat kebaikan kepada sesama maupun bersiap memasuki dunia kerja.
Prospek kerja sebagai alumni S1 PEMAT USD bisa menjadi guru, peneliti, pekerja kreatif, perbankan, konsultan pendidikan, instruktur bimbingan belajar, dan juga junior programmer.
Di Prodi PEMAT USD, mahasiswa akan berlatih untuk menjadi calon pendidik matematika yang profesional sebagai tenaga pengajar di sekolah nasional maupun internasional, siap untuk mengikuti pendidikan profesi guru, siap menghadapi tantangan zaman serta dapat berkarir di perusahaan baik BUMN maupun swasta. Pembelajaran dengan metode tanggap zaman, sesuai dengan kebutuhan kaum milenial dan didukung dengan pembelajaran berbasis internet dan Android. Serta, selain melaksanakan program MBKM, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, mahasiswa berkesempatan untuk mengikuti kuliah di perguruan tinggi di luar negeri.
Perkenalkan, nama saya F.X. Catur Spatmono. Saya kepala sekolah di SMA Kolose Debrito sekaligus guru matematika di sekolah ini. Saya adalah lulusan S1 Pendidikan Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma Angkatan 93 dan S2 di tempat yang sama tahun 2017. Selama saya studi di Sanata Dharma, saya belajar banyak hal. Yang pertama, saya belajar banyak teori dan ilmu yang berguna bagi pengembangan kompetensi saya. Tetapi di samping belajar teori dan ilmu, saya juga belajar tentang nilai-nilai, tentang values yang ditunjukkan oleh para dosen dan karyawan. Para dosen dan karyawan di Sanata Dharma melayani mahasiswa dengan murah hati. Dan sikap murah hati inilah yang menginspirasi saya untuk melayani siswa, guru, karyawan di Kolese ini. Ini pengalaman saya. Terima kasih, Sanata Dharma.
Halo, saya Yus Hendra Kusuma, salah satu alumni Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, program studi pendidikan matematika. Saat ini saya bekerja sebagai seorang guru di sekolah negeri di suatu kabupaten di Sumatera Selatan. Selain menjadi seorang guru, saya juga aktif sebagai konten kreator bidang pendidikan di beberapa sosial media, salah satunya adalah Instagram. Apa yang saya lakukan saat ini adalah bekal saya saat kuliah dulu, di mana di program studi pendidikan matematika kita tidak hanya dibimbing untuk berprestasi secara akademik, namun kita juga diajak untuk mengembangkan soft skill kita. Terbukti di Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, terutama program studi pendidikan matematika, banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan kreatif yang dapat kita ikuti. Ayo bergabung bersama program studi pendidikan matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma. Jadilah pribadi yang cerdas dan humanis.
Satu dua dicoba, cek satu dua dicoba.
Recording in progress.
orang muda, selamat datang di program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma. Matematika adalah sebuah ilmu fundamental yang mendukung perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dan juga membantu mewujudkan peradaban manusia yang lebih baik. Dengan mempelajari matematika, kita diajak untuk berpikir logis, kritis, sistematis, dan terstruktur. Hal-hal inilah yang sangat dibutuhkan di dalam dunia kerja di era revolusi industri 4.0 saat ini. Program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma telah memiliki sejarah panjang dan juga pengalaman yang teruji dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang modern, reflektif, konstruktivis, dan juga berintegritas. Penelitian dan pengembangan keilmuan yang kontekstual terus kami lakukan untuk mewujudkan visi kami menjadi program studi yang menghasilkan penggali kebenaran yang unggul dan humanis untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Mari kita berkenalan lebih dekat dengan program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma.
Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma itu mengalami 3 tahap. Yang pertama tahap Icmame Sanata Dharma, tahap kedua itu tahap universitas menjadi fakultas MIPA, tahap ketiga sekarang setelah merger menjadi fakultas sains dan teknologi. Jadi prodi matematika itu mulainya bersamaan dengan Icmame Sanata Dharma tahun 1955. Ketika itu ada 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan sejarah, bahasa Inggris, pendidikan, dan jurusan IPA, ilmu pasti alam, di dalamnya ada matematika. Nah, ketika tahun 93 Icmame menjadi universitas, jurusan itu pecah menjadi 2 bagian. Yang fokus pendidikan itu masuk fakultas FKIP, yang fokus matematika itu mendirikan fakultas namanya Fakultas MIPA. Sampai tahun 2007 Fakultas MIPA digabung dengan Fakultas Teknik menjadi Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, yang salah satu prodinya adalah prodi matematika sampai sekarang.
Di program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma mendalami ilmu matematika yang di era sekarang ini sangat berperan penting dalam pengembangan teknologi, khususnya bidang sains data, machine learning, big data, ataupun aktuaria. Menguasai pemrograman komputer juga menjadi salah satu keunggulan lulusan prodi Matematika USD. Kedua hal tersebut tercermin dalam bidang kerja yang digeluti lulusan kami yang berbeda dari lulusan pendidikan matematika, yakni sebagai data scientist, data analis, maupun sebagai konsultan aktuaria di perusahaan-perusahaan ternama di Indonesia. Bagi para mahasiswa yang tertarik untuk mendalami ilmu matematika murni pun akan didampingi oleh para dosen yang berkualitas dan berkiprah baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Sebagai gambaran kualitas program studi Matematika USD, dalam beberapa tahun terakhir ini, mahasiswa kami mendapatkan penghargaan dalam kompetisi sains data dan juga kompetisi nasional matematika berdampingan dengan para mahasiswa dari perguruan tinggi negeri, baik sebagai finalis maupun sebagai juara.
Cerdas dan humanis dalam ilmu matematika. Sebagai ilmu dasar, matematika dapat dikembangkan secara independen dengan sendirinya, dengan melibatkan logika, dengan melibatkan pola-pola yang ada. Sisi cerdas dari ilmu matematika tidaklah diragukan. Pertanyaannya adalah, lalu bagaimana dengan sisi humanisme matematika? Matematika dapat diterapkan dalam bidang ilmu lain, dapat diterapkan untuk membantu menyelesaikan masalah dalam dunia nyata, dalam bidang kemanusiaan demi kesejahteraan hidup manusia. Misalnya dengan pemodelan matematika, matematika membantu merumuskan masalah dalam kehidupan manusia dan dapat menyajikan usulan penyelesaian atas masalah yang ada dengan perkiraan-perkiraan tertentu dengan angka-angka tertentu.
Mengapa dipilih oleh Syarikat Yesus? Saya kira ada dua alasan. Yang pertama, matematika adalah ilmu dasar yang mendasari ilmu-ilmu lainnya. Seperti dikatakan oleh Bertrand Russell yang mengatakan bahwa mathematics is the queen and the servant of all sciences. Ratu dan pelayan semua ilmu pengetahuan. Oleh karena itu layaklah kita mulai dari matematika. Dan yang kedua, prinsip pemilihan kerasulan Syarikat Yesus adalah kerasulan yang sedikit dipilih oleh orang. Begitu. Nah, matematika itu sedikit dipilih oleh perguruan tinggi di tanah air kita. Nah, justru itu yang dipilih. Memilih karya yang tidak banyak dipilih oleh karya-karya lainnya. Oleh karena itu maka dipilih matematika dan fisika.
Belajar matematika tidak hanya belajar tentang bilangan, tetapi lebih dari itu belajar tentang bagaimana cara berpikir yang logis, sistematis, dan terstruktur.
Di program studi matematika ini, Anda juga akan belajar mengenai artificial intelligence atau kecerdasan buatan yang sangat penting bagi Anda ketika bekerja nantinya.
Pengen belajar matematika yang humanis dan humoris? Bergabunglah di Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma.
Kuliah di Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma asik banget loh. Gak cuma dalam hal akademis saya belajar, tapi saya juga bisa menjadi reporter di salah satu UKM di universitas.
Selama berkuliah di Prodi Matematika USD, saya semakin tertarik untuk mendalami materi-materi perkuliahan baru berkat para dosen yang senantiasa memberikan semangat untuk menemukan dan mencari jawaban.
Saya bersyukur menjadi bagian dari program studi matematika karena lingkungan, dosen, dan teman-temannya yang sangat suportif, terutama ketika saya mengalami kesulitan, mereka yang siap memberi dukungan dan semangat pada saya.
Belajar matematika membuat saya berpikir kritis dan logis.
Matematika itu abstrak, tapi Prodi Matematika membantu saya dalam memahami ilmu-ilmu terapan matematika dalam kehidupan sehari-hari.
Matematika itu adalah ilmu yang diciptakan oleh manusia. Oleh karena itu, maka bersifat manusiawi. Jadi, sesuatu yang dibuat oleh manusia itu mesti ada unsur-unsur manusianya. Lalu dua hal yang bagi saya penting kalau mau menerangkan mengenai humanisme matematika, yaitu pertama adalah matematika itu suatu bahasa yang dipakai oleh manusia untuk berkomunikasi. Kalau kita mau berkomunikasi, manusia kalau mau berkomunikasi harus memakai bahasa. Matematika itu bahasa. Bahasa apa? Bahasa yang dipakai oleh orang, oleh manusia untuk menjelaskan fenomena alam ini dengan persamaan-persamaan dan metode-metode dan statistik yang dimiliki oleh matematika. Lalu yang kedua, matematika itu selalu terkait dengan historisitas, dengan sejarah. Munculnya matematika yang sekarang sangat rumit dan sangat canggih itu semua adalah hasil sejarah manusia yang berjuang, berusaha keras untuk menciptakan teori-teori baru di dalam matematika. Jadi di sanalah matematika itu berkaitan dengan kemanusiaan karena merupakan hasil karya manusia yang berlangsung di dalam sejarah. Bahasa dan sejarah itu dua hal yang menurut saya pokok untuk menjelaskan matematika, humanisme matematika.
Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Matematika adalah salah satu program studi di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta. Pendidikan di Universitas Sanata Dharma memfasilitasi pribadi berkembang secara utuh dan siap membantu sesama, terutama yang membutuhkan. Untuk itu, Pendidikan Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma yang sering disingkat PEMAT USD unggul dengan berturut-turut terakreditasi A oleh Bank PT dan secara profesional memiliki visi akan menghasilkan calon pendidik matematika yang kompeten dan humanis, melaksanakan penelitian dan pengabdian yang memberikan solusi pada masalah pendidikan matematika yang berlandaskan pada spiritualitas nasian.
Mahasiswa USD, khususnya PEMAT, diberi kebebasan untuk memilih kegiatan yang bisa mengembangkan minat dan bakatnya. Ada unit kegiatan mahasiswa, UKM, tingkat universitas, tingkat Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, tingkat HMJ Pemipa, tingkat HMPS PEMAT, maupun kegiatan dari bentuk sosial bermasyarakat dan pengembangan kepribadian lainnya. Selain minat dan bakat, tingkat penalaran dan kreativitas mahasiswa diharap mampu lebih berkembang sehingga bisa diamalkan untuk berbuat kebaikan kepada sesama maupun bersiap memasuki dunia kerja.
Prospek kerja sebagai alumni S1 PEMAT USD bisa menjadi guru, peneliti, pekerja kreatif, perbankan, konsultan pendidikan, instruktur bimbingan belajar, dan juga junior programmer.
Di Prodi PEMAT USD, mahasiswa akan berlatih untuk menjadi calon pendidik matematika yang profesional sebagai tenaga pengajar di sekolah nasional maupun internasional. Siap untuk mengikuti pendidikan profesi guru. Siap menghadapi tantangan zaman serta dapat berkarir di perusahaan baik BUMN maupun swasta. Pembelajaran dengan metode tanggap zaman, sesuai dengan kebutuhan kaum milenial dan didukung dengan pembelajaran berbasis internet dan Android. Serta, selain melaksanakan program MBKM, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, mahasiswa berkesempatan untuk mengikuti kuliah di perguruan tinggi di luar negeri.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second International Conference on Mathematics, its Application and Mathematics Education 2024 is about to begin. Please have a nice seat for the audience and all participants in the Arkara room And for the participants in the Zoom meeting, please turn on your camera and turn off your mic. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom.
Om Swastiastu.
Namo Buddhaya.
Salam kebajikan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to
The Second International Conference on Mathematics, its Application and Mathematics Education 2024.
Entitled 21st Century Mathematics and Mathematics Education, held by Sanata Dharma University.
Okay, before we start, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Rachel Christine Nugraheni from the English Education Study Program, and my partner.
My name is Anastasia Fikri Dewi Mentaru from Mathematics Education Program Study, and today we will help you to the beginning from the until and the seminar.
Before we start, let me inform you our agenda today. So we will have some agendas. We will have opening ceremony, panel session 1 that consists of presentations of the first 3 speakers, keynote speakers, first invited speaker, second invited speaker, and we will also have discussion session. And we will also have panel session 2 that consists of the presentations of the second two speakers, for the third invited speaker, and fourth invited speaker, and we will also have discussion session. And we will also have parallel sessions and closing ceremony.
Before we start our activity today, we would like to invite you to recite a prayer all together. I will lead the prayer in Catholic. For other who has belief and religion different, please adjust. In the name of the Father, and Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, we gather here today, united in your presence, to learn and gain new insights about mathematics. Guide us with your Holy Spirit on this seminar. May our hearts be open, your minds attentive, and our discussion fruitful. We ask your blessing for all those who are present, the speakers, and everyone involved. Help us grow in knowledge, but also in love and respect for another. We pray in the name of Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Now, let us sing along together for the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please, for all the audience, raise.
You may have a seat. Now, this is the time for us to listen to the official statement from the chairperson of Icmame 2024, to Mr. Eko Budi Santoso, SJ, SPD, PhD. The time is yours.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome to all participants, speakers, and guests attending the second International Conference on Mathematics, its Applications, and Mathematics Education, Icmame 2024. Thank you for joining this international conference, which was organized and hosted by Joint Work, the Mathematics Study Program, and the Mathematics Education Study Program, Sanatadharma University. Mathematics has always been a universal language that transcends boundaries, connecting us all through its principles, theories, and applications. Icmame 2024 provides an opportunity for us as mathematicians, educators, researchers, and practitioners to exchange ideas, present our latest research, and explore new trends in mathematics and its teaching methodologies. The theme of this conference, which is 21st Century Mathematics and Mathematics Education, expresses our will to address the challenges faced by researchers and educators in the 21st century. There are 6 invited speakers and 28 contributed speakers coming from a diverse range of topics, from theoretical advances in pure mathematics to cutting-edge techniques in mathematics education. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all contributors, sponsors, and the dedicated organizing committee members who have worked tirelessly to make this conference a success. Your passion and commitment are the foundation of this event, and without your invaluable support, it would not have been possible. As we embark on this exciting journey together, I encourage you to take full advantage of the opportunities to network, share knowledge, and to be inspired. May the discussions and insights gained in Icmame 2024 not only contribute to your personal and professional growth, but also to the advance of mathematics and mathematics education globally. Once again, welcome to Icmame 2024. I wish you a fruitful and stimulating conference experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Eko Budi Santoso, SJ, SPD, PhD, for the official statement.
Now, this is time for us to listen a speech and opening the seminar from the Vice Rector of Sanatadharma University to Mr. Prof. Insinyur Sudi Mungkasi, PhD. The time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and warm welcome to Sanatadharma University at the second International Conference on Mathematics, its Applications, and Mathematics Education. Or we call this conference in short Icmame or Icmame if we use Indonesian language. Icmame 2024 or Icmame 2024. This conference finally we can conduct the second cohort today. I remember that the first Icmame conference was conducted in 2015, 9 years ago. And I was the chairman for that conference. Ideally, we planned to conduct the conference every 5 years at the maximum of waiting time. But in 2020, we were struck by the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. So finally, we can gather today. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of mathematics, its applications, and mathematics education are usually growing faster when the humanity is facing difficulty or disasters. I remember from my experience in 2004, 26th of December 2004, 2004 I mean, Indonesia was struck by tsunami. And after that, many mathematicians developed models to mitigate or to overcome if that kind of disaster ever come again. The second significant experience was in 2020 when COVID-19 pandemic occurred in the world. And many mathematicians are developing or were developing until now mathematical model, of course, to model and to find a solution from the mathematics point of view. How to mitigate, how to overcome if the disaster is still occurs in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, so now we are here. So we can share our ideas, our knowledge, our findings to other participants, between presenters and researchers and participants, lecturers, students, and practitioners. We can share our ideas how to improve the better life of human and for humanity. And we are very grateful, especially to the keynote speaker, Professor Wanti Wijaya, the invited speakers, Dr. Wolfgang Bock, Dr. Martinus Frederick Esserman, Professor Pakpum Pradap, and Ibu Veronica Fitri Rianasari. We also thank all the participants, presenters, sponsors supporting this conference. And without further ado, have a great time and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to
Mr. Sudi for the speech.
We would be honored if you could open the conference.
Oh yeah,
Wait.
please.
Thanks be to God that today we officially open the second International Conference on Mathematics, its application, and mathematics education.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause. Thank you to Mr. Prof. Insinyur Sudi Mungkasi, PhD, and also Mr. Eko Budi Santoso, SJSPD, PhD, for opening the ceremony.
After we hear the speech and opening the ceremony, let us take a photo together. We like to invite all Zoom meeting participants to turn on the camera. Also, for all the audience in this room, kindly come to forward. Please.
We would like to ask for the participants on Zoom to open the camera.
Okay, thank you. Please back to your seat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have our first panel session. So in this session, we will have Miss Dr. Lucia Wiwit Wijayanti, MSE, as our moderator of the first panel session and will guide us in this session. So Dr. Lucia Wiwit Wijayanti, MSE, is a lecturer in the Department of Chemistry Education at Sanata Dharma University. Dr. Lucia Wiwit Wijayanti holds a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, which she earned in 1994, followed by a Master of Science in Chemistry of Gajah Mada University in 2004, and she completed her PhD in Chemistry from Gajah Mada in 2023. Her research interests include organic synthesis and chemistry education, and currently she serves as a lecturer in the Department of Chemistry Education at Sanata Dharma University. And now please welcome Dr. Lucia Wiwit Wijayanti, and the time is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and especially the Honorable, the Vice Rector of Academics. It is my great honor to privilege to welcome you all to this international seminar into this second international conference on mathematics, its applications, and mathematics education, Icmame 2024. I feel honored and privileged, especially that I'm amongst the mathematicians. Well, I'm chemist. So, but you know that mathematics often referred to as the language of the universe, even as the chemist, forms the foundation of scientific thought and technological progress. It has the power to reveal patterns, solve complex problems, and connect different fields of study. As we push the boundaries of knowledge, education plays an essential role in nurturing future generations of mathematicians, educators, and problem solvers. And before we begin, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speakers and the invited speakers and all of you for your participation in this conference. Let's move further, and I would like to introduce you our keynote speaker. We have Professor Wanti Wijaya from Deakin University, Australia. Is she already here? Excuse me, on Zoom? Is she already in Zoom?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Hi, Professor Wanti Wijaya. How are you?
Baik.
Ya, lama tidak bertemu ya, Profesor Wanti Wijaya. Our first speaker means the keynote speaker. We have Professor Dr. Wanti Wijaya. Actually, she is member of our family, right? And her educational background is that she got her bachelor from Sanata Dharma University and got her mathematics education and master degree from Boston University. Her doctorate degree was from the University of Melbourne, Australia. And her research interest is the curriculum and pedagogy, education systems, specialist studies in education. The current position of Professor Wanti is the Associate Professor in School of Education, Faculty of Arts and Education, Deakin University. And our second speaker joined with us, I think he joined with us here. He is present in this room, right? We have Professor Dr. Pakprom Prajap. He got her bachelor degree in mathematics from the University of Leeds, his master degree in mathematics from University of Cambridge, and his doctorate degree in mathematics was from the University of Bath in the UK. His research interest is the probability models, financial mathematics, and actuarial sciences. And Professor Pat Prajap's position now is the Assistant Dean of Science, the Lifelong Education and Cooperative Education. Our third speaker will be Dr. Marcianus Frederick Esserman. He will also join us in Zoom. Dr. Marcianus Frederick Esserman got his bachelor degree in philosophy and mathematics from the Ateneo de Manila University, Philippines. and master degree in mathematics also from the Ateneo de Manila, and his doctorate degree in mathematical science was from the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Dr. Esserman research interest is in coding theory, cryptography, holographic data representation, and quantum information theory. His current position is the co-founding director of PQ Station and adjunct assistant professor at the NTU, Singapore. Because this conference conducted both in offline and online, then we have our participants in offline and online. I would like to point some. We will welcome you to give your question at the question and discussion session. But before we begin, I'd like to share some points for the participants who join us online, that please ensure that your microphones are muted during the presentation, and if you have any questions during the sessions, please feel free to type them in the chat box. I will collect this and we'll address them during the question and discussion sessions. We encourage you, all the participants, both in online and also offline, to participate actively and engage with the speakers and the fellow participants. Now we will welcome our distinguished keynote speaker. Please join me to warmly welcome Professor Wanti Wijaya.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So I would like to ask permission to share my screen, and if you can let me know if you can see the screen, that would be good. Is that coming up?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, can you see the screen? Okay. All right. So, good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be invited as one of the keynote speakers, and I'm really sorry that I'm there in person. I'll actually fly to Indonesia tomorrow. So, and also just to after I'm here with the other speakers in this session, I realized I'm a math education person, so the other two speakers are, I think, pure mathematicians, so it would be slightly different focus. I hope it's okay. The focus of my talk today is related to the theme of the conference itself, so I would like to engage us in conversation about what are the things we require to prepare our students and ourselves for the 21st century skills in mathematics learning. So that's the broad theme of the conference. And in addition to that, I think I'll pull out some of the keywords that I will be talking through the presentation today. So for example, through various research projects that I will be involved with, and I'm currently working as well, there is a strong focus on guiding students and also preserving teachers in mathematical reasoning. And in my research focus, for example, on lesson study, there's a strong emphasis on structured problem solving in mathematics, which we hope that will foster critical thinking, communication skill, and the thinking processes of students and our teachers as well. So what are the 21st century competencies? I think this is not something new, and once familiar with the kind of like focuses of the 21st century competencies, as we can see, there's a lot of emphasis on innovation, creativity, but also with others, we are implementing innovation, reasoning and communication, are making critical judgment and decisions based on informed knowledge, informed decision making process basically. So I'm glad this speaker will have like probably a focus on financial mathematics and the other area that kind of like relate with this 21st century skills as well. So why do we need to prepare our students with these competencies? Because I think when they go out and finish the study, more so than never, ever, I think, like, we need people who are flexible and adaptable to the new situation, to challenges. We know, like, currently AI is a big thing in our life these days, like we're as a teacher educators, the conversation at the university level is involving like how do we make sure that our students engage in intellectual academic work without over reliance on AI, and if they use AI, they actually use it in a it's sort of like in a way that still doesn't compromise the integrity, the academic integrity. It's used in an ethical way and things like that. So you will experience things as well in everyday life. For example, during lockdown COVID-19 pandemic, we have to actually be able to shift our learning online. Everything has to be now become a new norm. Like everyone works in a hybrid mode, including today during our conference. But that requires, us to be able to develop that flexibility and also adaptive thinking, adaptive thinking. So I'll start with a problem that I would like to engage, for example, participants. So I actually trialed this with group of pre-service teachers in Surabaya. So you can see that some of the problems haven't been changed. But I would like to invite you to think about now Yogyakarta, because this is in the context of Yogyakarta. So the problem actually requires us to think about your town. So it can be Yogyakarta, it can be Melbourne, it can be Bangkok. But think about your local context. And the challenge or the problem is we have an editor of a lifestyle magazine who would like to write a special issue to showcase, the most livable area or region for new residents who are coming to your town. So in this case, just ignore the typo, just focus on Yogyakarta because most of you are from Yogyakarta. So if you're going to respond to this editorial invitation, and then you need to identify the region in Yogyakarta or the town, a particular area in Jogja, that you will recommend for these newcomers. So the new residents who are coming new to Jogja, they want to choose a particular area, they want to either rent or buy. What are the criteria that you need to identify to determine the suitability of a town or a region? So maybe I'll give you a few minutes to think about this prompt and this question. And then I would like to invite you to give some ideas or suggestions perhaps. So if the moderator can help maybe identifying if there are any responses or any ideas from the room, because I cannot see the participants in the room, so it's a bit challenging, but if you can help me to, just see if there's any responses or any ideas, any suggestions. I can check perhaps the chat. If you have any ideas, you can put it also in the chat.
So Professor Wanti Wijaya now invite our
Any ideas?
respond. Any ideas?
your mind, perhaps, like when you have to identify or recommend a particular area of the town?
Any response for Professor Wanti Wijaya about the about the 21st century skills?
Any thoughts that come to your mind?
Or
What do you need to know? Maybe it's a little bit too open, but what do you need to know? If you need more information, what do you
We have Dr. Eko, Professor Wanti.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. This just come up to my mind now because I already worried in Yogyakarta because more and more a rice field being used for building house. That's my worry. So related to your question, my idea set the criteria for new residents or new complex for residents should be not use the productive rice field. So use the old one, the unproductive one, and I think we should introduce citizen in Yogyakarta to have to live in the like flat or like not building with many stores, many levels. So that just come up in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that is a very good response, like, because you talk about, the importance of protecting a particular land for the farming area. I think that relates to a broader issue of sustainability, environmental issues. So, suggestions about not to actually take up that land is a very important suggestions. Any other thoughts?
We
So
also
some of you
invite
might think, is this a mathematical problem? So, but I think we probably, I can see Pak Sudi there. Pak Sudi is doing a lot of mathematical modeling, so you probably can see the connections to mathematical modeling problems. So, but I think with this kind of task, this kind of challenge, actually encourage us to think about a broader context, not just applying formula, because there's no formula that you can apply straight away for this kind of problem. You have to kind of think outside the box a little bit and then connect your knowledge of mathematics with the everyday knowledge, but also maybe the other disciplines as well. So it's not just purely mathematics. But for example, like when I tried this problem with resource teachers in Surabaya, they come up with a very different assumptions as well. Like you have to think about who are the new residents, right? So are they a single person? Are they a family with young children that are still going to school? So that will determine a different sort of recommendations, because if they're a young family with children, school age children, then you probably, one of your critical consideration will be the school location and the zone of the school. Whereas if the new resident is just a professional person who is single or who doesn't have any children, that's probably less of a concern for them. But the traffic area, for example, how heavy is the traffic, where do you go for work, and things like that would need to be factored into consideration. So when we have this kind of problem, when we identify the goal and determine the variables and the assumptions, we do have to take into like broader considerations to be able to come up with the solutions or recommendations. But because it's also, we need to engage students in mathematical thinking, then of course they need to identify what are the kind of like mathematical knowledge that they need to use to narrow down, the recommendation and come up with that particular area as their recommendation. So I think in mathematical modeling, one of the critical thing, and which is often quite challenging if we are quite new to this kind of approach or this kind of very open-ended task, is to really specify the assumptions. So what are our assumptions? And then we determine what are the variables or the factors that we need to take into considerations. So like I mentioned earlier, understanding the residence profile, what are the demographic profile, and then obviously we need to do research. So, you know, I wouldn't be able to do this task or solve the problem without really going into internet and then finding out the statistical data of the town. Like if you're talking about Jogja, then finding out, you know, what are the regions in Jogja, what are the postcodes, what are the demographic statistical data that are available publicly to help me to come up with a recommendation and suggestions. So, and if we are applying this problem with our either pre-service teachers or our students, obviously we need to know what are their prior knowledge. So what are the kind of like level of mathematics that we are expected in their solutions and their recommendations. So I think this kind of problem, obviously you can go very advanced if the knowledge of the students are, you know, quite advanced, but also you can limit it to a kind of like a more basic foundational mathematics. So if you want to do it in secondary schools, maybe in high school level, then we need just to be aware of what are the level of mathematics that students are, you know, have in their disposal, and that will kind of like determine the responses that they will give or come up with. But I think the more importantly, we want to focus on their reasoning and the communication and their justification of how they come up with their particular recommendation. So it doesn't matter like the level of mathematics. If it's secondary school, obviously you don't want to you know, involve perhaps like the mathematical modeling at the very advanced level, but like as long as they can come up with a clear criteria and they can justify, they work out the mathematical calculation, that would be I think, you know, still an important exercise for our students. So I think in my slides, this one, some of the prompts that we can use is that, like for example, getting people to, or getting students to think about how can we be sure that, you know, the calculations that we carried out in determining the suitability of the town were appropriate. So that's an important aspect of mathematical thinking and reasoning. Just to share with you some of the engagement or the sort of like when I conducted the activity in Surabaya, like in February, I think, with pre-service teachers, they were very engaged. At the beginning, it was quite slow, like, you know, so often with this kind of challenge or this kind of task, because it's quite open-ended. The beginning part, you have to be quite patient when you're trying to facilitate the discussion and the conversation and the learning to take place. Usually at the beginning it's very slow, like, you know, that they are still a bit confused and they don't know where to start or what to do. So, you know, some prompts like, you know, can you do a research on identifying the different location? What are your criteria? Have you thought about the demographic of the new residents? What are some of your concerns? For example, you know, the importance of sustainability, environments, and things like that. So how do you factor those into considerations, for instance? And if I reflected back on the responses that pre-service teachers came up with, they actually came up with very different recommendations. So some of them said like, oh, okay, the west part of Surabaya is their recommendation, and they have a particular criteria for why they recommended that area. Some of them because their demographic is like, you know, they have an assumption that the new residents are young, you know, family with young children. They have a different area that they recommended. They also talk about, you know, there are certain areas that are very expensive, that are not affordable, so they won't, although that has like very good facilities and everything, but because it's very high end, so they wouldn't recommend it if the, you know, the new residents are sort of like middle income earners and things like that. So I think using that common sense, but also the understanding of, the social economic sort of like issues and everyday context is also playing a part, an important part in solving this kind of problem. Because at the end of the day, we know that, when they finish, students are finished, even when they're studying mathematics in secondary schools, often the questions that come up from our students is, where are we going to use this mathematics in our everyday life? What's the relevance of studying calculus, for example, because maybe for them it's not directly visible in everyday life. So getting a problem that really connects back the application and the use of mathematics in everyday life is highly important. So I know in Sanata Dharma, Pak Hongki and colleagues, Bu Fitri and so many other people are also involved heavily in realistic maths education, and that's sort of like the spirit of it as well. So that's just another example because this is a little bit legible, so I thought I would like to show you that the recommendation that pre-service teacher came up with are quite different, and the way they justify and represent the data are quite different as well. So this is where with this kind of task you can then engage your students in creative thinking and then critical thinking at the same time. Although I think for teachers probably, if they're not used to this kind of task, it can be quite daunting because the process might be a bit messy, and it's also you have to come up or prepare some quite broad questions to sort of like get them started, but also how do we then also come up with a more specific questions that gets them to think a bit more deeply about the mathematics and the science or the humanities aspect of it. So it's kind of like integrating maths in everyday context. So if I still have time, the moderator can stop me if I'm running out of time. But I'm preparing another example which is quite different. The second example that I have here is coming from my experience in teaching a unit that focuses on lesson study, so using lesson study in mathematics. So maybe some of you are familiar with this particular approach. So lesson study is a kind of like a way that often teachers or pre-service teachers learn together collaboratively. It originates in Japan. Well, it's been used in Japan for many, many years, but it has been implemented in so many other countries, including Thailand and Australia to a lesser extent. So at Deakin University, we have a unit in the third year for the Bachelor of Education primary students, focusing on primary specializations in mathematics. And the third unit that they are doing is focusing on lesson study in primary mathematics. Just to give you a broad overview, we have 9 weeks for one trimester at Deakin. So this is the structure that we have for the unit. So basically, they started learning about lesson study, and then how we, in lesson study, there is this very strong emphasis on researching the teaching material, including anticipating student responses, selecting a particular task, and then orchestrating whole class discussion. As part of this lesson study unit, the pre-service teachers work in groups, and one of the assignments is getting them to plan a lesson that they have to teach in the primary school setting. And then, I usually was invited as a knowledgeable other with some other academic staff, and then we did the post-lesson discussion during after the research lesson, and then they come back for the final assignment. So to give you an overview, in the resources that the pre-service teachers have access to, we created like a lesson video or a short clip drawing on resources from different countries, including America, for example, because in Chicago there's a strong kind of like schools network that focuses on lesson study and have been implementing it for some years. But we also connected with the Australian ESOL standard, and then they have also an example of achieving explicit learning goals using lesson study. So this example is a very simple because it's basically taken from a year 3 to 4 lesson. So I'll give you some time. So this is the research lesson during COVID because pre-service teachers couldn't go to school. So we used the research lesson video that was conducted as part of a research project that my colleagues Susie Groves and Brian Doyle conducted. So in a school in Geelong. So this is the problem, and then before they watch the research lesson, we ask the pre-service teachers to solve the problem themselves. So the reason why they have to engage in the mathematics is they need to anticipate the responses from the students, the year 3, 4 students, including the possible misconceptions or incorrect responses. So these are some of the responses that our pre-service teachers came up with. Okay. So as I said, there's a research lesson. I'm not sure whether I have time to actually play the research lesson, but I will show you evidence of the student response. It's probably not enough time, I think. So I'll just skip the research lesson video. But I'll explain to you some of this analysis that I conducted in terms of the identifying the different responses from the students. So the research team that the teacher and the school decided on is to actually promote students' ability to think independently and then be able to articulate their thinking and then understand the thinking of others while focusing on problem solving in mathematics. Okay, so as you can see, the problem is quite simple, but this is aiming at year 3, 4 students who just learn about multiplication. So, they're familiar with addition, obviously. They know how to solve 1 and 2 digit multiplication. But, in the classroom, obviously, you have a wide spectrum of students with varying capacity and, ability. So this is the board work at the end, and I'm sorry it's not very clear, but in lesson study, one of the critical element of lesson study is for teachers to actually plan how to sequence the student solutions and how to orchestrate the discussion based on the student solutions. So as you can see, the first students that the teacher Felicity invited were sharing about the strategy of using, if you can see not so clearly, tally mark, using the tally mark, and she almost like count by ones. But the strategy, then she also grouped the number of, the number of dollars, basically, the money. But the general strategy is using the strategy of groups of, okay? And then the second students was kind of like using a repeated addition of 43, splitting the 43 into 40 and 3. So she added the 40s all together and then, multiply by 6 times, and then the 3 all together 6 times, and then add them all together. The third students shared a strategy of using a split multiplication strategy, and then there's also the last strategy is using the more formal algorithm or vertical multiplication algorithm with a split strategy. So I'll show you a little bit more detail of the students' responses. So the first student that the teacher invited actually spent quite a bit of time in actually showing her strategy, because as you can imagine, she started drawing, the tally mark and then count, and then she started to cross out every 5, so she has a group of 5 within that circles, 6 circles. But what was very admirable is actually the teacher allow the time and the space for less efficient strategy, because some of the students in the class obviously didn't know how to do vertical multiplication. So this is something that many of them can relate to. So, we know in lesson study and in structured problem solving, the problem needs to be a problem where every student can actually make a start. So it has to be something that every student can engage with. but some students will be able to use a very more advanced strategy than other students. Okay, so as you can see, this will take some time, and during the sharing, actually, if you watch the video, during the sharing, some of the students were already commenting that, like, well, it takes a long time, like, so, but the teacher actually allowed for that time to have for that student to share that strategy. And then he invited the student with the repeated addition strategy, and then he invited other students to comment or to think about what is that strategy? So getting another student to actually compare and contrast between the two different strategies that the student was sharing. Okay, and then have a discussion about, what are the similarities and differences between those two strategies. And then eliciting student reasoning is a very important part of the lesson. So, when the student, this is a beautiful, I love this, actually, this solution by Ari. So he came up with a very complicated strategy, but basically what he did is that he did halving and then doubling. So he did first halving the numbers, and then, so he halved the 6 into 3 and 3, and then use the doubling strategy at the same time. So, and then finally, the last strategy is using the more formal strategy, but still the student actually kind of like have another step. So as you can see, she split 43 into 40 and 3, which is kind of like similar to the repeated addition strategy. So what is interesting is like the connection between the different strategies is the heart of the lesson at the end, is to help students to see that although there are different strategies, they are all connected or interconnected. And then at the end of the lesson, the teacher invites the students to, come up with a handy hint for someone if they're going to solve the problem. As part of their reflection, they also need to think about which strategy that they would like to use if they solve another problem or a similar problem in the future. So when I try to think about analyzing this kind of video, I think the important thing is to look at, how the teacher established the mathematical goals of the lesson, and then focusing that lesson goal in the classroom. So obviously there is that emphasis on building procedural fluency, but also the conceptual understanding. So then as part of the task for us as educators and teachers is to really think about the selection of the tasks that will enable or allow us to promote reasoning and problem solving. And the beautiful part of the lesson, which unfortunately I cannot show the research lesson due to time, is the important role of teacher to facilitate that meaningful mathematical discourse. So even though it's a primary school lessons, we can see in the lesson that there's a lot of purposeful question, and the level of thinking that the students engage with are quite advanced actually, because there are productive struggles in mathematics, but the conversation between students where teacher actually asks, Ari, why did you split the 6 into 3 and 3? Why does he need to double it? Can you explain that? And I invite another student to explain Ari's strategy instead of getting Ari to explain his strategy all the time. So I think that is a beautiful lesson, because there is that rich conversation that happen not just between the teacher and the student, but among the students. So that is actually very difficult for teachers to do, because often the conversation just go from the teacher to one student who's coming up, but to actually facilitate the conversation among the classroom to engage other students in understanding and explaining another student's strategy, that requires a skill, I think. So I will end up with this slide that that really reminds us about the reform class culture, that there's a shift if you want to actually or establish a classroom culture that requires students to engage in that critical thinking skill, problem solving skills, the 21st century skills. Really have to shift our classroom culture to really focus on inquiry and getting students to make sense of the problem, and then allowing students to disagree and come up with challenges. So this is kind of like going back to Terry's Wood framework about what does it mean to teach mathematics differently, and what are the norms that requires that we need to nurture students in developing their reasoning and thinking independently in mathematics. So I think I'll stop here, and I would like to end by saying thank you and terima kasih, and I'll hand the time back to the moderator. I hope to continue the conversation and hear some of the questions and feedback from the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Wanti Wijaya, please. And now, before we move to the invited speakers, we will go to the question and discussion with our speaker, Professor Wanti. And now, we open the floor for the questions. For participants who join in this room, you may raise your hand. And for participants who join virtually, you may now directly express your question. Oh, we have Dr. Fitri, Dr. Eko, and I invite one more question maybe. Okay, so we start with Dr. Fitri, please.
Thank you, Bu Wiwit. Hello, Bu Wanti.
Yeah. Hello, Fitri. Cannot
Yeah.
see you, but
Yeah, nice to
if
meet
I can
you.
see the room, that would be great. But
Okay, Bu Wanti, I want to know your insight or suggestions for us here as teacher educators, especially for math teacher educator, about preparing them to be ready to enter the 21st century education. So what specific approaches can teacher educators adopt to cultivate lifelong learning and growth mindset in pre-service teachers to prepare them for the rapidly evolving technological and pedagogical demands for 21st century classroom?
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
That's a very big question.
Yeah.
And the second question will be from Dr. Eko, please.
Thank you, Professor Wanti, for your nice presentation, and I agree with your first slides about the 21st century competence. And I would like to focus on reasoning, critical thinking, and creativity. And based on my experience in class, usually it is very challenging to introduce this kind of idea for reasoning, critical thinking, creativity, because this is my opinion. In Indonesia, our elementary students and even in up to high school students, they are not used to with this kind of competence. They only do computing. So in mathematics, only compute the circumference or area of circle, that's it. And in calculus, compute integral, but how to do reasoning, critical thinking is not used to. So my question is, based on your own experience, how do we really introduce this kind of capability to our students? So because our student will be a teacher in the future, and they also have to teach their students also to do reasoning, critical thinking, and creativity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So while waiting for the other question, please, Professor Wanti.
Okay, thank you. I think those two questions are very good and also very difficult to answer. But what I will share is based on my own experience or my own learning journey, and then it might be quite limited. But I think I can speak from my own experience. So, what I did with my pre-service teachers and my students basically, and in my research is try to kind of like connect my own research and model it in my teaching. So like because my background, obviously when I was at Sanata Dharma University, I was heavily involved in PMRI, Pendidikan Matematika Realistik in Indonesia. So, you know, that already sort of like had me set up with the background that, you know, connecting mathematics in everyday life. So, and also the mathematical modeling interest that I have and lesson study. So, and it all sort of like, you know, all the research interests kind of like line up with those emphasis on, you know, kind of open-ended problem, like real-world problem. Mathematical modeling is also connected to a lot of, you know, applications of mathematics in everyday life. And more recently, my research is about STEM interdisciplinary as well. Again, like, you know, seeing, for example, how we can use tasks that really enable our students to see the relevance of maths in our everyday life beyond just the computation skill. I think the challenge, I understand the challenge, but I think in my experience when I did the PMRI in Indonesia, actually the students, obviously at the beginning is a challenge, because I think to establish that classroom norm, if the students are not used to learning mathematics through like the tasks that are open-ended and the tasks that are like, you know, quite different than the textbook tasks, then it will be difficult at the beginning. But in my experience working with one of the primary school in Jogja, for example, Bu Fitri and Pak Hongki might remember this, but you know, the teacher is very, very good, because he's very patient and allow that time, like, you know, she said like it took her 6 months to actually develop that classroom norm. So I don't think it's an issue of a culture, a particular nation, but I think to establish that classroom norm and expectation that you have to communicate your reasoning, you have to justify your thinking, it's not just the calculation, that takes time, because if the classroom culture is not there, then you have to kind of like consistently build that up and expect that from your students, then they will understand and they will adjust. But at the beginning, it will be challenging, but it requires time to develop that. So my experience in different countries, it can happen. It's just the teacher and we have to be kind of like patient at the beginning and then commit to that and use the tasks that are rich. And I think the tasks that encourage students to really apply their mathematical knowledge. And that is connecting everyday maths in everyday life and beyond just computation, and expect them to always explain their thinking, communicate their reasoning, and that can happen. I think I did that with pre-service teachers at Sanata Dharma when I was there, and then I get them to do all the you know, very interesting tasks about parking lot. You know, they actually did research investigation in the parking lot and in the measure, and then come up with a new design for the parking lot to maximize, optimize the number of motorbike that can fit. I think the challenge, and then I got the pre-service teachers at Sanata Dharma to do the modeling, mathematical modeling about the cooling of coffee, so they did that. And then, yeah, I think we just have to try it and model it for our pre-service teachers, and then if they value it, they see that, oh, okay, this is different, but actually I learned something through a different approach, then they might try it with their own students, I think.
Thank you, Professor Wanti. Any other? Okay, Professor Wanti, we have one participant through the Zoom who joined us virtually. We have the question from Bu Mada Melissa. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Bu Wanti. I'm particularly interested in learning more about lesson study. Earlier, Bu Wanti provided an example of lesson study in elementary school students. How would lesson study be applied to middle school, high school, or even university students? Yeah. And what kinds of cases or projects would be suitable for these levels? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question, Bu Mada. So Actually, because lesson study originates in Japan, there's a lot of resources already about lesson study. I can share some of them with you, and it's applicable in Japan. Obviously, I think it's applied mainly in primary school. I think mostly in primary school, but also in secondary school. So when I went to Japan for immersion program in 2012, we had the opportunity to observe, lesson study in several primary school, but also in secondary school. But in Indonesia, there's an active group of colleagues and in various cities who implement lesson study. So my former PhD student, Dr. Melia Sari, who is now back at Universitas Negeri Jakarta in Jakarta. So she implemented lesson study for her doctoral thesis with secondary students. So SMP, so middle years in Jakarta, in lab school Jakarta. So, and I think in UPI, I know there's quite an active group of people who implemented lesson study. I mean, because my background is mathematics education, so I'm more across of maths education. But when there was a World Conference at UPI in 2014, I believe, I went there and we went to observe a lesson in Bandung, and that was a lesson study in physical education, in teaching. So so they implement it not just in mathematics, obviously, but in other areas, subject areas. But because of my background, I'm across more on mathematics education, a lesson study in maths education. I can send you some papers. So we have several publications about online lesson study as well. So we publish a few journal article and a few book chapters on how to use lesson study in teacher education at Deakin University during COVID-19, when we have to do everything online and teach everything online, learning from that experience. So yeah, definitely there are different cases and projects.
Thank you, Professor Rowanti, and thank you because I also get a very valuable insight about the 21st century skills as educators through this lesson study. I wish that I can also adopt it in chemistry education. So we will move to the next speaker. Before we move to the next speaker, let us express our gratitude to Professor Wanti. Please give the warm applause. Thank you so much. Terima kasih, Ibu Wanti.
Terima kasih. Ya. Mohon maaf karena tidak bisa datang in person. All the best for the rest of the conference, and thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you. Now we move to the next speaker. We invite Dr. Prakpom, who join us in person in this room. So please join me to welcome Professor Prakpom. And Professor Prakpom will present his speech with the title of The Mathematics of Finance, Pricing Volatility Derivatives.
I just read that.
Mas, kok belum muncul ya share screen-nya? Oh ya, sudah.
So
Ya.
it's on?
Ya.
And then how the direction? Oh, okay, I think. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the invitations from our organizers, and also it's a pleasure for me to come to Jogja again. So I feel like home now because I come very often. Okay, so for today's what I'm going to talk is about the mathematics of finance. So I would like to introduce you to some new things about the 21st century topics. Right? Normally we have the derivative pricings in mathematics, but for this talk, I will talk about the pricing the so-called volatility derivatives. So this is my recently very new topics, and this is also my joint work with my students and my staff in Thailand. Right. So this is about myself, which Professor already introduced. That I'm from Chiang Mai. I'm from Thailand, so it's in the north part of Thailand, and also have the boarding positions. And this is the third time I came to Jogja. So I will here in 2016 and 2023. Right. Okay. So in mathematics finance. So normally, if we learn about math finance, there will be two approach to solve the problem. So the first one is pricing. So and when you try to price some things, and the second approach is the portfolio optimization. When you try to like put the money into stocks and things to minimize your risk. For these topics, what I'm going to talk is about pricing. So we will price some kind of the mathematical products on the stocks. So not portfolio optimizations. And for today's talks, I will try to separate my talk into the three parts. So the first one is the introductions. So to give you some idea for some who probably don't know about the financial derivatives. So it will be very, very basic introductions. The second part, I will talk about the volatility derivatives, which is the main topics today. And the third one will be the volatility derivative pricings and the Black-Scholes model. So to see how you can calculate, how you can price the values under some Black-Scholes model, which is a very famous model in maths finance. Right. So I begin with this slide when this is a very basic and very traditional way of getting rich. Right? So if you have an asset such as gold or some fruits or things, normally when you need to make money from it, you probably sell it, or if you think the price will go up, sometimes you buy it, keep it for a few months, and then sell it, right? And actually, this happened to something which can be touched, or something which is probably less abstract in nowadays, such as stocks. So that's the reason. The reason that we do this is that there's two reasons. So the first reason is for the speculation, which is you try to make money from it. You buying at the low price and sell at the high price. But also some people also do it for hedging, which means that, for example, if you are in the business of the bakery shop or something, you might be afraid of the price of sugar, the price of flours that may go up. So sometimes because these are the main ingredients for your shops. So what you may try to do is you may try to agree the price in principle in, like say, 1 year. So you can control the cost of your industry. So these are the two reasons of the math finance in buy and sales. If we focus on the stock, so stock is something which is probably not easy to get touched, right? So we need to the place to buy and sell stocks, which you can do in the stock exchange. So it's a lot of stock exchange and depends on the country. For example, you probably know about the JCI, which is Indonesian Stocks Index. For Thailand, we have SET, and also we in Japan, in USA, in UK, or in Europe, they also have the stock exchange. And nowadays, it's easier to buy and sell stock to buy and sell the foreign stocks because of the technology, and there are also like mutual funds and or anything, right? And you can buy stocks, you can sell stocks. How about the other things that you can also trade to make money, to make profit? Is there anything else? The answer is yes. They also have so-called derivatives. So the derivative is some kind of contract which you agree about the value of the stocks. So for the derivatives, we have like four main types of derivative, which is options, forward, future, and swaps. And this one is a contract. And actually, these are the contracts which have the value which depends on the price of the stocks. For example, for the future, this is something that you agree the price in advance, maybe in 3 years' time, in 3 months' time, 6 months' time, or 1 year's time. Yeah, and forward is actually the same things as futures, but it's the agreement is between the two companies, not on the stock exchange. The options, this is something that gives you the right to buy. So maybe if you, but if the price is lower, then you don't need to buy. I mean, this is just option. So, for example, if you think that the price will be 10 US dollar in next year, if you buy the options, if the price go above 10, then you can use your option to buy the stock at $10. But if the price is below $10, then you don't need to buy at 10. You can buy it at the price which is lower. So for the call option, there are two main types, which is call option, which give you the right to buy the stock at the fixed price, and also we have put options. Put option is the agreement that we can sell the stock at the fixed price, and also we have swaps. So these are like the forward. This is the type of the derivatives, which the value of them will depend on the price of the stocks. And also when you have, you can also buy or sell this type of derivatives to others as well, right? And if we go to the math models, so for the math finance, the famous one will be Black-Scholes models. So these are the math descriptions to explain the price of the stocks. So we have like two terms, and DT and DWT. So DT will be the deterministic part, which you can predict what happened, exactly what happened. And DWT will be the random part, which sometimes you need to for the DWT it's random. So if you sometimes it will go up, sometimes it will go down. But the realizations for each realization, it maybe have the like completely different behaviors. So using this model, this is a very, very basic and very famous model in math finance. It is equivalent to the exponential growth in other mathematical modeling things. And this one for the price of the interest and also the sigma is the constant. So if we assume that the stock price follow the Black-Scholes model, it's very easy to obtain the price of the options. As I mentioned that we have call options, we have put options, we have the forward. If we assume that our stock price follow Black-Scholes model, then the formula already well studied and complete. So this is just easy. So this is just the tools that you put the values in and then you get the results. So nothing exciting in the Black-Scholes model in financial derivatives, right? And so this is the basics on the math derivatives. Now, if we want to have a look further, for example, in these pictures, we show the stock index of S&P 500, which is the index which show the market capitalization of the 500 leading company in the US. So you can see that the price or the market cap is fluctuate, like ups and down. This is the results in 2024, which is this year. So for this one, you can see that even the index can change in value. But also, since it changed the value, what would happen if we have index to observe the change behavior of these stocks? For this S&P 500, we also have the index to tell that how volatile that the stocks change. So this is called SIBO volatility index. So this index will show how the market will change, how the market will volatilize. So if the volatility index is small, then it means that market is very stable, and you will know what will happen in the future. It can be easily predicted. But once the index is high, it means that it's quite random. So volatility is similar to standard deviation, similar to variance. So high volatility means high variance, which means it's where everything will be not easy to predict. So in this case, we see that there are some months that the volatility index is high, which means there may be some events that may cause diffusions or cause problem in economics. And I think we also have another one on the right, which is very high, right, in August. Right, this one is very high graph. So it means that at that time there will be some big events which probably cause high volatility or high uncertainty. Okay, how is calculated? Now you can see from white papers. So it's quite easy nowadays that how we find the calculation. But basically, the volatility index, if you keep it as minimum, it's just some kind of variance, sigma square, and you have to average something, and that's it. Okay, so but what I want to emphasize this volatility index to show the index for the uncertainties. High volatility, it means high uncertainty, and it's more difficult to predict. small volatilities means small variance, so it's easy to predict, or it's right. And if we compare, this is the comparison between the stock index, which is on the red line, and the volatility index in the blue line. The y-axis is on the percentage. So you can see that if we compare between stock price and the volatility, it's quite different, much different. The volatility is more volatile. I mean, it's more high and lows compared to the red line. So why I'm talking this? This is because it's a new financial product which can now be traded. Because normally for the stocks, we can trade stocks, we can trade the derivative of stocks, but for the volatility index, it's not possible to trade the volatility index, but you can trade the derivative of the volatility index. And this is like everything else in the world, because we are in the new world, and people try to introduce the new financial products to buy and sell to make it more exciting for the seller. So this one as well. This is the new product for the for trading. So the host can gain some money and administration fee. And also some people also use this for the speculations, and some people also use this for the hedging as well. Okay, so as I say, that some of the derivatives of the volatility index can be traded. And there are lots of types of derivatives in the volatilities. So I would like to introduce two types of the products that actually can be traded nowadays, which is called the volatility swaps and variance swaps. So to make it simple, volatility swap is just forward contracts on the future realized volatilities. So there's some typo on the volatilities, and variance swap is the forward contract on the future realized variance. Okay, and so the problem is that how we can determine the realized variance and the realized volatilities. So as I say, that the one on the left, it's some typo. So should be the forward contracts on future realized volatilities. Okay, of course, since it depends on the change of the stocks, so both quantities depends on stock price and the stock returns. And we can see that the index capitalize how the value of change. So what we need to do is that we need to observe the price of the stock at every day, and then we need to calculate the returns. So in the return in finance, it can be actual return, which you can find the difference between the stock price from today and yesterday, that divided the price of yesterday. And also you can also have the log return, which is the log price of the today's stock and yesterday's stocks. So I call the actual return as RV1. So RV is from the realized variance, and log return is RV2. So how we calculate this? If you see the formula, this formula is just the square, right? The square of the return. Either it's actual return or log return. Also times 100 square means this will be percentage, right? So this all confidence will be percentage. So it's actually the return will be the average of the percentage square. We divide by the number of the stocks as well, right? Okay, so this is the formula to calculate the return. And also we have absolute return, which I am not talking about. This one, I think something is missing. Okay, so I think, so what are variance swap and volatility swap? This is the contract which you will have some fixed numbers. We will call it fixed delivery price. And then it's like you bet on whether the variance of the index is above or below this price. If it's above, then you get money. If it's below, then you lose some money. So, if we write it in the formulas, which is probably easier for us to understand, the value of the variance swap can be written in this form. So, the KVAR will be the fixed price that you agree in advance that this will be the fixed value. And then after some times, then you sort of wait until the expiry time and see what's the actual price. If the actual price is above the KVAR, you can see that the value will be positive. So this positive will be multiplied by some fixed amount, and which means that you win the bet. So because the realized variance is bigger than KVAR. So this is how it works. So it's quite similar to the forward price in the normal stock derivatives. Also for the realized variance, for the volatility swaps, it's similar, except that the actual one will be square root of realized variance, because the relation between the variance swap and the volatility swap is just the volatility swap is the square root of the variance. So, with this setup, how can we determine the fair price? I think this come. Oh, okay. So the problem is when we need to set up the price, the fixed price KY and K variance swap, K of the variance swap and K of the volatility swap. How can we? What should be the value of this? Because it have to be fair between the buyer and sellers. Because this play very important role from the equation. If the KVAR is too high, then normally you lose money. But if the KVAR is too low, then it's not good for the seller from the other side. So the problem is how can we set this value to be the fair one between both parties. So the idea, just using the normal way of the math finance, which is we calculate risk neutral measures, and what we try is we try to value to make the valuation at the initial to be zeros, which implies that the value of the K in variance swap and K in volatility swap have to be the expectation and the risk neutral of the realized variance, and for the K of the variance swap, and for the K of volatility swap, it have to be the expectation of the square root of the realized variance. Right? And if we consider the realized variance in the log return, we have this formula. So for the realized variance, it's the sum of, it's the average of something, of many terms. But for the volatilities, it's square root of the realized variance. Now, if we take, since we need to take the expectation to find K of the variance swap, since the first term for the realized variance is the linear, we can take expectation inside the summation easily. But for the K of the volatilities, we have square root of it. So it's more difficult to calculate the K, the fixed price for the volatility swaps, because we cannot just take expectation inside the square root. So it's become, the problem, this problem become nonlinear. And for the computings, we have the, since KY is the sum of expectations, and since the terms can be calculated separately, what we need to compute K of variance swap is to find the joint. We need to know the information about the joint distribution of STI and STI minus 1, which is okay because it's just one time step. But for the K volatilities, we have to know the joint distribution of the all time. So this problem becomes very difficult compared to the K of the variance swap. Okay, so you can see that K of the variance swap, the fixed price of the variance swap, is easier to calculate because it's linear. But K of the volatility, it's more difficult. Now, since I have 2 minutes, maybe 1.5 now, I just show you roughly the idea how to calculate this in Black-Scholes models. So for the Black-Scholes models, since we know a lot about the Black-Scholes model, what we have is that the log return price will be normal distributions. And since the formula of the to compute K of the variance swap is the log square, it means that we are considering some random variable, which is the normal, which is the square of the normal distributions. And we know that when you have the normal distribution, the square of the normal distribution is the chi-square. So we know what happened about the square of the log return, that it follows the chi-square distributions with some parameters. So since we know the distribution, since we know this is the chi-square distribution, there are some people already developed the expectations and variance of the chi-squares. So using the linearity properties, we can sort of derive the value of the KY easily. And we have the formula for the K of the variance swap in the fixed and nice looking one. But for the K of the volatility swap, it has square root. So the problem is a little bit more difficult. But it's still possible to obtain that the square root of the sum of the yi of the log return is still follows some probability distribution, which is called the non-central chi-square. And we can also observe the the formula of the expectations, yeah, in the explicit form.
I'm so sorry, excuse me, that we are approaching the time limit.
Yeah, sure. So this one is when the time is varying. So R is depend on the times. Sigma depends on the time. So the formula become more complicated. For the volatility swaps, you can still obtain the exact formula, but for the variance swap, you can obtain the formulas. But for the volatility stops, it's more difficult, and it's difficult to derive the expectation in the explicit form. So this become a hard problem now, because when you cannot find the exact formula, you need to find estimations. And this is only in the Black-Scholes case. And this is the paper that I want to mention, that he provided expectation formula. And this is just in Black-Scholes case, but as we know in math finance, we have lots of model, non-Black-Scholes case, like Heston model, other volatility models and things. So it's quite a challenging to obtain this kind of the variance swap and volatility swap for other model, which is not Black-Scholes. And this is some recent works. You can see that this work is just start from like 2008 and so on. Okay, so I hope this gives you some idea of how worlds change, because normally we just want to know about the stocks, and now people invent math derivatives, and now another group of people invent volatility derivatives, and then yeah, and this can also be traded in real markets. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Park From. Now, I don't have any question to be expressed yet, but I do believe that you, mathematician, you have the ability to multiply my money.
Yeah.
And we go forward for our second invited speakers. We have.
I can go now. Oh, I stay.
We will go directly to the.
Okay.
After the Dr. Icmame. Our second invited speaker is Dr. Fred Icmame from Nanyang Technological University, and also from PQ Station. Are you ready, Dr. Icmame? So.
Yes, I'm here.
Good. So let's welcome the second speaker, the second invited speaker, Dr. Fred Icmame. The time is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation and the introduction. Very happy to be here with many who I know for many years already, and a lot more that perhaps I have not had the pleasure of meeting. So today, in the next 30 minutes or so, I would like to present some general development or general, what do you call it? Project. I would say it's a project. It's an international project of many, involving hundreds of cryptographers, and I expect this international project to continue for many years to come. So, given the audience, I will avoid going into much of the technical details. On the other hand, I also want to give some pointers, so in case some of you want to dig deeper and see what's really behind this international collaboration or international movement, I've provided some links to follow up. Okay, so at NTU, I'm an adjunct professor, so I'm not a full-time faculty member. I teach mostly classes for graduate schools in cryptography, and I give seminars to PhD students. Occasionally, I'm asked by the faculty to help out at the core curriculum classes for the undergraduate. So this semester, I'm teaching Science and Technology for Humanities together with a lot of other colleagues. Also, actually, my main job is with PQ Station. So PQ Station is a company that is originally started out as a research group at NTU many years ago, and we built cryptographic tools that integrate post-quantum cryptography into the services. So I'm a co-founder there, and right now I'm serving as the director. So I work both in academia, still very active, research, teaching and all, but also now mostly in industry as a lead cryptographer. So today we'll talk about this migration to post-quantum cryptography. What is this? Let me start by assumptions on your adversary, because when we talk about cryptography, cryptography is a branch of, it's actually at the intersection of mathematics, physics, and computer science. The business of cryptography is about security. So we deal with confidentiality, we deal with integrity, we deal with authentication, we deal with availability, and we also make sure that your system is well protected as it performs its critical function. Okay, so now what is the assumptions on this post-quantum cryptography? When we talk about security, we need to be mindful of our own resources, what do we have, and we need to be very clear about who our adversaries are, what their capabilities are, and then we need to be also to know what are the values of our data. So not all data are the same. Some data, they need to be protected only for a short duration of time. For example, if you do online banking, you just need to finish the entire transaction within a few minutes or even less than a minute. If you are protecting state secret, sometimes you need to make sure it remains safe, remains secure for 30, 40, or 50 years. So here, our assumption is the adversary have very powerful quantum computer, but we don't, okay? So with this assumption, what will happen? What will happen is that since our digital security system now rely heavily on certain algorithms, okay, RSA for public key encryption and signing, elliptic curve cryptography for mobile device communication, for example. So 99.9% of cryptography are done using symmetric technique, meaning the same key for encryption is used for decryption, for example. But to enable this 99.9% operations, the participants needs to have the same key. They need to do a key distribution. And to perform key distribution, we need to use public key cryptography. So this public key cryptography is probably only done, like, in comparison to the symmetric one, 0.01 times. So for every hundreds of operations that relies on symmetric, we have one asymmetric protocol. But without the asymmetric protocol, the parties that are involved in a crypto operation will not be able to exchange symmetric keys. And if they don't have the same key, then there is a problem there. You know, if your adversary can get the key being transmitted through the symmetric channel, then that's it. Okay, so our adversary can carry out large-scale quantum attacks on our system. I will go into what quantum attacks are very quickly after this, but let me start with this assumption. So again, your adversary have access to very powerful quantum computer, but we don't. We don't have access to quantum computer. Or maybe we have quantum computer with much smaller scale than the adversary. So if in this kind of situation, if we don't do anything about it, then we have very dire predicament. First example is our entire banking PIN protection is gone. So we do banking very frequently, and I think in Singapore, for example, banking, insurance, and financial service industry contributed about 12 to 13% of the national GDP. I don't know what the number is in Indonesia, but probably it's also quite significant. So if your banking protection system is compromised, then that's a big danger. Not only economically, but perhaps also in the national security point of view. Now, if our adversaries are powerful states or countries, they may perform this attack called harvest now, decrypt later. So what they do, they will observe your channel of communications, and then they will harvest the data. Of course, the data they cannot open right now because it's still, because if they don't have very powerful quantum computer, they can only store it now. But they are banking on the hope that within the next few years, they will have quantum computers of enough scale so that they can open the encrypted message. So the one which is encrypted typically are very important long-term messages. It can be keys, it can be certificate, it can be some very important information that one needs to protect for a long time. Now, we ourselves, we don't have access to quantum computer. Now, I'm making this assumption for the context of Indonesia, for example, or for the context of normal civilian. So normal people like you and me, who don't have huge resources to implement quantum computer or to build quantum computer. So we can only rely on what we have right now, which are digital computers. So I hope this first content slide here set up the tone for the rest, and I can go a bit faster after. So the important thing is your adversary very powerful. They have access to quantum computers of large scale, but you don't. So how can you use mathematics? How can you use computer engineering to make sure that you stay secure, even against adversary of this power? So, as with many technologies, the beginning started many, many years ago. Actually, it started by a Russian mathematician called Kitaev. But he wrote in Russian, so I couldn't read it. So his original idea comes in 1980s, and it was in Russia. So the first one that I could read properly in depth is this paper by, it's actually not a paper, originally it's a talk. So Richard Feynman, many of you may know, is a physicist, was a physicist, and he got a Nobel Prize for quantum electrodynamics. So he gave a talk at the MIT Physics of Computation conference, and in that talk, he proposed an idea of building quantum processor. Because he said, many things in physics you cannot simulate using digital computers. Okay, things are of much more higher complexity level that you need to build quantum processor to simulate it properly. So back in 1982, he says, let's build quantum computer. And he says that, well, it's very difficult. You know, this part I highlight here is at the end of his talk. He said, nature is not classical. If you want to make a simulation of nature, you better make it quantum mechanical. Okay? It's a wonderful problem because it doesn't look so easy. So if you're hearing now in the newspaper or in TV, in online, in the internet, many people say we have quantum computer, we have quantum computer, we have quantum computer. That's true. We do have quantum computers, but what we have right now is very small scale processors. So they're like toys. They're not much useful for attacking large crypto systems, for example. But in principle, we know how they operate, and if we can stabilize it, we can make it bigger. So I've been in the business of quantum error correction since my undergraduate days. So we do have quite a lot of advances. So what is rather slow is the engineering side of it, because quantum computer is very hard to keep stable for a long time. Okay, on the engineering side, things are not as easy, as straightforward. So this was in the 1980s. So there are a few top scientists and physicists who says that let's try to build quantum computer. Let's try to build quantum processor. And more related to cryptography, in mid-1990s, so about 15 years after those original ideas, we have these two powerful algorithms that can be used to attack crypto systems. The first one here is by Peter Shor, and this is the final format in the journal. So originally the ideas were circulated already in 1994 in conferences, in talks. So Peter Shor was at MIT. I think he's still at MIT now. So he says that, look, if you can build quantum computer, then efficient randomized algorithms can break these two problems. What are these two problems? Factoring integers and finding discrete logarithms. So these two problems are the foundations of RSA crypto system and elliptic curve cryptography. So because these two problems, factoring large integer and finding discrete logarithms, are hard to do in digital computers, then RSA and elliptic curve cryptography are considered secure enough. But here Shor is saying, look, I am now proposing an algorithm that will make, if you can build quantum computer, then you can break these two problems. You can solve these two problems, and therefore it completely breaks RSA crypto system and ECC. Now, another algorithm, this is less powerful than Shor, but still causing concern to the cryptographic community, is this Grover algorithm. Grover algorithm essentially says, give me a list which is not structured, and I can quickly find, I can find a given request. So let me restart. Grover algorithm, let me restart with an example. Grover algorithm says, let's say you give me a list of phone numbers of 1 million people. They are not alphabetically arranged. So this list is really completely random. Then without quantum computer, you may need to check one by one all of these 1 million lists until you find which one you want. But if you use quantum computer, you can do it roughly only by checking 1,000 times instead of 1 million times 1,000 times. So it reduces the complexity of checking a random list from going one by one to just doing square root of it. So this is a concern for symmetric cryptography like AES and hash functions. Okay. So this two powerful computer says, if you can build quantum computer of large scale, then you can perform this attack, and this attack will break many of the existing public key crypto system, and here it will reduce the security level of symmetric crypto system. So let's make it more concrete. This comes from a rather old paper, 2017 is quite old in physics or in computer science, right? We are now like 7 years away from it. Now, if you look at this table, you look at this, the part that I put a box on, RSA, Diffie-Hellman, digital signature algorithm based on RSA and elliptic curve, it's broken, completely broken. So the pre-quantum security level of high enough for commercial usage suddenly become completely broken. Now, what about symmetric encryption? Right now, our communication, this communication over Zoom is protected by AES 128 or 256. I'm not sure which one, but it's essentially encrypted. So those who are not have given access to this line of communications will see it as encrypted form. Okay, so because of Grover, the security level dropped. Actually here, it's like dropped by half, so 128 to 64. This is not very accurate. Actually, this is not half, but it's a little bit more. So this should be a bit higher. This is probably closer to 100. But okay, for the purpose of our discussion today, you consider them to be not as secure as before, just about half as secure as before. So given that situation, of course, we in the cryptographic community started thinking, okay, so our adversary have quantum computer. How can we prepare by making ourselves more secure? What we do is we move to new cryptographic system, of course. So we build new mathematics, or we use mathematics that we know, but we haven't used in cryptography, and use it in cryptography. So now we have this lattice-based, code-based, and multivariate. Okay. Okay. So I need to speed up. Right. That's the main message, actually. We need to move to new crypto systems. And here is a data collated from 2019, and this is largely still correct. What happened is, this is the number of physical qubits that adversary needs to have to be able to do significant damage. And we don't know when the technology will be mature enough to get this. But what we know is that we need to get ready. Why? Because moving to new crypto system is very, very slow process. Okay, it takes about 10 to 15 years. So we started, the cryptographic community started seriously in 2016 to look into this. And you can see in these timelines the process that we've gone through. And just last month, actually on the 13th of August last month, we have these 3 new algorithms, which are now in the final form, meaning this is now the standard, the international standard. And then there is another one for digital signature algorithm called Falcon. It's still in the final drafting. So it's not published as final, it's still in the draft. So probably we'll have it in half a year. Now these are the evaluation criteria. I will let you read it on your own later, the security level, because then I need to explain what these things are. But briefly, I will mention 3 things which are very important in deciding which algorithm we choose as standard. Number 1 is, of course, security. Number 2 is performance. We don't want something which is very secure but very slow. So we want something which is secure enough but super fast. And then another one is other properties that will affect the migration. So if it is hard to use in terms of legal restriction, economic values, then it will be not a good option. Okay. So looking at these 3, security, performance, and other properties, we have these 4 algorithms which are chosen.
Excuse me, Dr. Esserman.
Yep.
We are approaching the time limit.
Okay. I'll speed up. Thank you. So we have Kyber. Kyber is now, we are going to use it as key encapsulation method. And then the main one is dilithium for the digital signature. For signature, we have two other options, Falcon and Sphinx. But the main one is supposed to be dilithium for now. Now, if you look at what other, countries or regulators have done, in many places they started giving directives. So here on the left is a recommendations for EU countries, European Union countries. So you can see which one is recommended, which one is still considered acceptable, and which one should not be used. And in the US, for products that is put into a national security system, it should satisfy this requirement. Okay. So you see this movement now, transition to validated modules. Software implementations are there. If you want to play around with open source, there is an open source here. Has a lot of interesting stuff there. And then you can have optimization in software and optimization in hardware, and that's what we in PQ Stations are doing. We develop tools and products for our clients or government agencies, specifically for those who want to make sure that the implementation of these things are solid. Okay, the process continues. We're still looking at many other algorithms that can help us in the post-quantum era. We want one more, at least, key encapsulation method. So you can check it in this link. Now, this is some lessons. This is my last slide. These are some lessons that I want to share with you from the PQC standardization process. Okay? Making good cryptographic algorithm is resource intensive and tricky. And if you want to follow the discussions behind all of these algorithms, there are thousands of cryptographers around the world contributing. So in fact, it's a lot easier to attack. Okay. Now, for me, as industry practitioner and also as academician, you know, as researchers, it makes great sense to start transitioning, even if quantum computers is still small scale for now. Because we have security in both classical and quantum framework, and the performance is really, really good. And I've done a lot of implementation and stress testing. And for the computer scientists and mathematicians and engineers in the audience, you have a lot of new research and development direction. So I guess, you know, if you want to jump into this quickly, utilize what you have, what we can from the open sources, and try to pick use cases which are relevant for you or for your environment, and then quickly try to bring yourself up to speed. So I end here, and thank you for your attention. I hope you've learned a little bit about what is going on in the cryptographic world in the past few years, and also what I expect to still happen in the next 10 to 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Esserman, and give applause to this very valuable insight from Dr. Esserman. Now we enter the question and discussion. You may answer you may send questions to both the speakers. Okay, we have 1, 2. Yeah, while the microphone sent to the participant who present here, I will read. We already have question from our participants who join us virtually. I think this is for Professor Pet Pradap. This is question for you from Pak Yanto Sidik Pratikno. His question is, how is the number is negative in the logarithmic equation? How to solve? That's the question from Pak Yanto Sidik Pratikno for you. And let's listen to the first question from the participant who.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Ricky. I want to ask question to Mr. Fred Ezerman. I hope you still remember me,
Yes.
Mr. Fred. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. I think we last met just before the pandemic. I think at Gajah Mada.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because I'm also, I'm also working in coding theory. So I also might be somehow relate to the code-based cryptography. Maybe just general question. How is the development of forced quantum cryptography? I think you already mentioned that NIST mentioned about lattice-based cryptography and code-based cryptography. And actually, how is the development in general, and which one is the more prospective? Yeah, I think that's my question. Thank you.
And the next question.
Okay. Before that, my name is Nadia. I'm a student from mathematics in Sanata Dharma University, and I have a question for Mr. Fred Ezerman too. And my question is, what are the first steps that individuals, especially us as students, can take to prepare ourselves for the post-quantum cryptography era? It is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. We already have 3 questions, and now I think Dr. Pat Pradap will answer the first question.
So I repeat the question again. The question is that how is the number in negative in the logarithm equations, and how to solve. So I think I refer to calculate the return of the price, and it's a log return. When in the log, you have to take the logarithm of the stock price from today's and yesterday. So normally it's not negative. So I think this is the clarify, because in log, when you take the log, the inside of the log should be the positive number. So which normally it's positive. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Pat Pradap. Is it answering your question, Pak Yanto?
Yeah, thank you. Sure. Thank you very much for the answer. Yes.
Thank you, Pak Yanto. Okay, then we move to
Welcome.
yeah. Then we move to Dr. Ezerman for the 2 more questions.
Okay. Let me go back to share screen, but now I'm looking at something a bit more different. So thank you for the questions, Ricky. Yes, I remember you. We had quite a bit of discussions before. So code-based cryptography. So if you look at the 4 standards, okay, 4 standards, MLKEM is lattice-based. It's originally coming from Kuiper, which is, so the ML there is actually module learning with error. It's not machine learning. Okay? So we don't use machine learning there. We use module lattice with error. Dilithium, which is now the call ML DSA, is also lattice-based. So another one, Falcon. Falcon comes from lattice-based also, and through. Then SLH DSA come from hash function. So what about code-based cryptography? So I've done quite a bit of work in code-based cryptography myself. There is a big problem with code-based cryptography in terms of performance. The key size is really huge. So the key size in the size of high kilobytes, or sometimes even low megabyte. So if you use key size like that, of that size, in cryptography, in general, you cannot use it for mobile communication because it's just too much, too long. The key is too long, too heavy in terms of transportation and also in terms of storage. Now, it doesn't mean that no countries or no jurisdiction wants it. In fact, the German authority, BSI is BSSN of Germany. They recommend the use of McAleese cryptography, which is code-based. It's actually older than me. That crypto system was introduced in '78 and it's considered super safe. So they are recommending the use of McAleese, but on a very limited use case. So it's typically for storage of long-term documents. So you want a document, this document you need to protect the confidentiality for, let's say, 50, 75 years. Then this document doesn't usually go out of the storage too often, maybe just check every year or so. Then you can use, for example, McAleese crypto system. So there are a few other algorithms that we are considering there. For example, it's humming quasi-cyclic or HQC, a few other things, but in general, code-based cryptography are not considered practical enough, especially if you compare it with lattice-based. Okay, so that's a short answer. But if you look at NIST competition page, they're still ongoing. You can see a few others, HQC, and there are some new proposal for digital signature. Now, the other one, the question from Nadia, your student, I understand. So just to immediately give you an idea of what you need to prepare, you see, lattice-based cryptography uses a lot of modules, and it comes from polynomial ring. So aside from the usual number theory, statistics, you need to know linear algebra, the new cryptographic algorithms here, they rely heavily on abstract algebra, module theory. And these things are not usually taught at the undergraduate level. So I learned it myself as a graduate student. In fact, I was a PhD student already at that time. But things are changing because of the need to understand and to also to educate a lot more professionals in post-quantum cryptography. We are starting to teach this. In fact, next semester in NTU, I'm actually teaching a new course. It's quantum algorithms, and then also we are going to start a module or a course in mathematical foundation of post-quantum cryptography. So usually you study abstract algebra, you start with groups, and then you go to ring, and then you go to finite field, and then from there you look into modules and all sorts of other things. But now we try to fit in just enough foundational mathematics so students can learn just enough and then continue with this. So what I'm taking here, if you look at it, right, this is page 9. This is from this document. So publication 203 that tells you this MLKM standard. So now if you look at this, you're looking at modules, you're looking at rings, and you are looking at number theory transform. So here we use a lot of tools like Chinese remainder theorem. So one needs to be very strong in abstract algebra for this new kind of technologies, okay? So I hope that answers briefly. I'll be happy to entertain any more questions, if any, or if there is follow-up questions from the original poster. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Esserman. And we have still some time, like 5 minutes from now, then I open opportunities to deliver your questions for both the participants in this room or at the Zoom room. Anybody? We have the questions from our participants who join us virtually. Oh, it seems it's not a question, but it is an, oh, okay.
Can I have time for
Sure.
question? Okay,
Yes.
good morning, Mr. Esserman. Nice to see you again. My name is Hartono. I am from Mathematics Department, Sanata Dharma University. I am a novice in cryptography, but I am really curious and impressed with what you present today, because it seems that I can see in the future something like that. Okay. My question is about how far we are from the ideal cryptography system that you present. How far? How long we have to wait until we have the stable system of cryptography or something like that? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Oh, so please, Dr. Esserman, to lead the discussion.
Okay. Okay. Partono, thank you. Also, thank you for the invitation. Yeah, it's been too long since my last visit to Sanata Dharma, so maybe next time I'm in Yogyakarta, let's make it a point to meet up. All right. Well, there is a saying in cryptography. It says that the cryptographer never sleeps soundly. You know, we are always worried about things. In the past few days, if you notice, there seems to be another big breach of data in Indonesia related to your taxation, identification numbers, and other related personal data. So, for me, also connected to, for example, decision to set up a company, specifically like PQ stations, and previously I also co-founded another company that built key management system, but that was nowadays my focus is really on this post-quantum cryptography. It's precisely because we see that we are very weak in this in protecting our data. Number one, the main issue is that most decision makers in many countries don't see the value of protecting data. And this you can see, I mean, if I were to talk honestly, openly, in Indonesia specifically, we see our national data center, like half of our national data, got ransomed, and not too long ago, and we heard about this, and there doesn't seem to be a very serious movement at the national level to say that, well, this shouldn't happen again. But there are several sectors for which cryptography is something that will make their business thrive or die. For example, for banking, for industry, for government, certain government sectors that handle national security data, they are very, very concerned about cryptography, and they have the budget, they have the people, they have the habit to make sure that it is being implemented. And research center at NTU, like the one where I'm very active, like this is called Coding Theory and Cryptography Research Group. We are very closely working together with government, with industry, with other research centers in the world. And we see one of the nice things about our work is that the mathematics is very deep. The mathematics is interesting enough, even for the most hardcore mathematicians. And engineering-wise, it's also challenging, and we see that its impact to the society is really big. So if we're talking how far are we from being secure, let's say even against the standard classical cryptography, we are still very weak. But that's not a reason to say that, okay, in that case, let's just lose hope. For us, it's like, okay, there are certain sectors, certain industries, certain government agencies that started asking for solutions, started looking for consulting services on this area. And right now, our main difficulty is not in getting clients. Clients come like really a lot of them. Our difficulty is getting enough number of people to recruit, and especially among the young, fresh graduates. That's why I'm very grateful of being given opportunities to present in forums like this, because I started learning post-quantum cryptography from 2014, actually, seriously. And I learned about quantum computing since my undergraduate years, which is like in early 2000. So it takes 20 years, it takes more than 10 years to be an expert in an area. So how can we accelerate that? How can we make it faster? The first thing that comes to mind for me is we need to have enough human resources. And if we're talking about human resources, the best place to go will be universities. So what I would like to see is in many places in Indonesia, we get more younger generation, more of our students to be interested in this, and then to go deep into it, and then to form a significant number, a significant critical mass that we can bring us to that level. Because in terms of technology, in terms of the tools that we can use, there are many open sources that we can leverage on. I mentioned earlier Open Quantum Safe, the modules are there. But to be able to put it into a nice solution, to wrap it into a product, into application, into systems, first and foremost, you need the human brains, the human intelligence, the human capability. And that's not something that many leaders, national government are interested in talking. Because many of them, they have a short shelf life. In 5 years, they will lose their position, another election coming, and so on and so forth. But the task of this building human resources perhaps falls more on us in universities, that it is on us to get our students interested in this, to see business opportunities and career progressions in here, and also to then, help bring the quality of cryptographic security much higher. So I would just stop at this point and before continuing. If there are other questions, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Esserman. But I have another question from myself. Okay. I heard that the mathematicians, they are nervous about this post-quantum cryptography. Is it right? And I heard that's because they are worried about the security. If you are a mathematician nervous about the security, so we, the commoners, we should nervous more than you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished speakers and fellow participants, as we come to the close of this insightful and thought-provoking main speeches of this conference in mathematics and mathematics education, it is my privilege to offer some closing reflection. And before I offer my closing reflection, may I ask you to give the big applause for the three of our speakers. Over the course of our discussion, I made some marks on it. Our first speaker, Professor Wanti Wijaya, has highlighted the critical role of mathematics education in fostering problem solving, critical thinking, and analytical skills among students through the lesson study. We have learned about the importance of fostering creativity in mathematics teaching. And from the second speaker, we can see how the mathematician, we have seen how integrating mathematics with other fields, including finance. And the third speakers, what I can make mark is that we listen to the state of the art about the post-quantum cryptography, even though still give us some question about the security and things relate to it. Once again, thank you for all the participants, especially for our distinguished speakers, Professor Wanti Wijaya, Professor Pet Pradap, and also Dr. Esserman, who already delivered their very precious speech. And thank you for all the participants who join us in person in this room, and also the participants who join us virtually. Hopefully this discussion we have had today will be fruitful for our works in the future. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our great speakers, Ms. Wanti Wijaya, Ms. Park Pumpet Pradap, and Mr. Fred Ezeman. And also we would also like to thank our incredible moderator, Ms. Lucia Wiwit Wijayanti, for guiding the discussion. Again, please give a round of applause for them. All right, and for Ms. Lucia Wiwit Wijayanti and Mr. Park Pumpet Pradap, please remain here. And we would like now to invite Mr. Sudi Mungkasi to come forward and present the souvenir and also certificate for the speakers and moderators. Give a round of applause for Mr. Park Pumpet Pradap and Mr. Sudi Mungkasi. Thank you very much for the insightful knowledge. And now, Mr. Sudi is present the certificate for our moderator, Ms. Lucia Wiwit Wijayanti. Thank you so much for guiding this discussion. Let's show our appreciation with a round of applause for our moderators and speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, now, before we move to the other session, we will have a 15 minutes for coffee break, and the place is beside on this room. So for all the participants, you can go outside and please enjoy your time.
Kira-kira bisa nggak, Bu? Menurut Ibu kira-kira bisa? Dan saya tanya langsung dulu, saya nggak ditanya dulu. Kira-kira bisa nggak, Bu?
Orang muda, selamat datang di program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma. Matematika adalah sebuah ilmu fundamental yang mendukung perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dan juga membantu mewujudkan peradaban manusia yang lebih baik. Dengan mempelajari matematika, kita diajak untuk berpikir logis, kritis, sistematis, dan terstruktur. Hal-hal inilah yang sangat dibutuhkan di dalam dunia kerja di era revolusi industri 4.0 saat ini. Program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma telah memiliki sejarah panjang dan juga pengalaman yang teruji dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang modern, reflektif, konstruktivis, dan juga berintegritas. Penelitian dan pengembangan keilmuan yang kontekstual terus kami lakukan untuk mewujudkan visi kami menjadi program studi yang menghasilkan penggali kebenaran yang unggul dan humanis untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Mari kita berkenalan lebih dekat dengan program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma.
Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma itu mengalami 3 tahap. Yang pertama tahap IKIP Sanata Dharma, tahap kedua itu tahap universitas menjadi fakultas MIPA, tahap ketiga sekarang setelah merger menjadi fakultas sains dan teknologi. Jadi prodi matematika itu mulainya bersamaan dengan IKIP Sanata Dharma tahun 1955. Ketika itu ada 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan sejarah, bahasa Inggris, pendidikan, dan jurusan IPA, ilmu pasti alam, di dalamnya ada matematika. Nah, ketika tahun 93 IKIP menjadi universitas, jurusan itu pecah menjadi 2 bagian. Yang fokus pendidikan itu masuk fakultas FKIP, yang fokus matematika itu mendirikan fakultas namanya Fakultas MIPA. Sampai tahun 2007, Fakultas MIPA digabung dengan Fakultas Teknik menjadi Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, yang salah satu prodinya adalah prodi matematika sampai sekarang.
Di program studi Matematika Universitas Sanata Dharma, mahasiswa diajak untuk mendalami ilmu matematika yang di era sekarang ini sangat berperan penting dalam pengembangan teknologi, khususnya bidang sains data, mesin learning, big data, ataupun aktuaria. Menguasai pemrograman komputer juga menjadi salah satu keunggulan lulusan Prodi Matematika USD. Kedua hal tersebut tercermin dalam bidang kerja yang digeluti lulusan kami, yang berbeda dari lulusan pendidikan matematika, yakni sebagai data scientist, data analis, maupun sebagai konsultan aktuaria di perusahaan-perusahaan ternama di Indonesia. Bagi para mahasiswa yang tertarik untuk mendalami ilmu matematika murni pun akan didampingi oleh para dosen yang berkualitas dan berkiprah baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Sebagai gambaran kualitas program studi matematika USD, dalam beberapa tahun terakhir ini, mahasiswa kami mendapatkan penghargaan dalam kompetisi sains data dan juga kompetisi nasional matematika berdampingan dengan para mahasiswa dari perguruan tinggi negeri, baik sebagai finalis maupun sebagai juara.
Cerdas dan humanis dalam ilmu matematika. Sebagai ilmu dasar, matematika dapat dikembangkan secara independen dengan sendirinya, dengan melibatkan logika, dengan melibatkan pola-pola yang ada. Sisi cerdas dari ilmu matematika tidaklah diragukan. Pertanyaannya adalah, lalu bagaimana dengan sisi humanisme matematika? Matematika dapat diterapkan dalam bidang ilmu lain, dapat diterapkan untuk membantu menyelesaikan masalah dalam dunia nyata, dalam bidang kemanusiaan, demi kesejahteraan hidup manusia. Misalnya dengan pemodelan matematika, matematika membantu merumuskan masalah dalam kehidupan manusia dan dapat menyajikan usulan penyelesaian atas masalah yang ada dengan perkiraan-perkiraan tertentu dengan angka-angka tertentu.
Mengapa dipilih oleh Syarikat Yesus? Saya kira ada dua alasan. Yang pertama, matematika adalah ilmu dasar yang mendasari ilmu-ilmu lainnya. Seperti dikatakan oleh Bertrand Russell yang mengatakan bahwa mathematics is the queen and the servant of all sciences. Ratu dan pelayan semua ilmu pengetahuan. Oleh karena itu layaklah kita mulai dari matematika. Dan yang kedua, prinsip pemilihan kerasulan Syarikat Yesus adalah kerasulan yang sedikit dipilih oleh orang. Begitu. Nah, matematika itu sedikit dipilih oleh perguruan tinggi di tanah air kita. Nah, justru itu yang dipilih. Memilih karya yang tidak banyak dipilih oleh karya-karya lainnya. Oleh karena itu maka dipilih matematika dan fisika.
Belajar matematika tidak hanya belajar tentang bilangan, tetapi lebih dari itu belajar tentang bagaimana cara berpikir yang logis, sistematis, dan terstruktur.
Di program studi matematika ini, Anda juga akan belajar mengenai artificial intelligence atau kecerdasan buatan yang sangat penting bagi Anda ketika bekerja nantinya.
Pengen belajar matematika yang humanis dan humoris? Bergabunglah di Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma.
Kuliah di Prodi Matematika Sanata Dharma asik banget loh. Gak cuma dalam hal akademis saya belajar, tapi saya juga bisa menjadi reporter di salah satu UKM di universitas.
Selama berkuliah di Prodi Matematika USD, saya semakin tertarik untuk mendalami materi-materi perkuliahan baru berkat para dosen yang senantiasa memberikan semangat untuk menemukan dan mencari jawaban.
Saya bersyukur menjadi bagian dari program studi matematika karena lingkungan, dosen, dan teman-temannya yang sangat suportif, terutama ketika saya mengalami kesulitan, mereka yang siap memberi dukungan semangat pada saya.
Belajar matematika membuat saya berpikir kritis dan logis.
Matematika itu abstrak, tapi Prodi Matematika membantu saya dalam memahami ilmu-ilmu terapan matematika dalam kehidupan sehari-hari.
Matematika itu adalah ilmu yang diciptakan oleh manusia. Oleh karena itu, maka bersifat manusiawi. Jadi, sesuatu yang dibuat oleh manusia itu mesti ada unsur-unsur manusianya. Lalu dua hal yang bagi saya penting kalau mau menerangkan mengenai humanisme matematika, yaitu pertama adalah matematika itu suatu bahasa yang dipakai oleh manusia untuk berkomunikasi. Kalau kita mau berkomunikasi, manusia kalau mau berkomunikasi harus memakai bahasa. Matematika itu bahasa.
We will
Bahasa
now
apa?
continue with
Bahasa
our
yang dipakai
agenda.
oleh
We kindly
orang,
ask
oleh
all
manusia
participants
untuk
to make
menjelaskan
their way into
fenomena
the
alam
room,
ini.
and you may
dengan
return to your seat.
persamaan-persamaan dan metode-metode dan statistik yang dimiliki oleh matematika. Lalu yang kedua, matematika itu selalu terkait dengan historisitas, dengan sejarah. Munculnya matematika yang sekarang sangat rumit dan sangat canggih itu semua adalah hasil sejarah manusia yang.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on the second, ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue with our agenda.
We kindly ask for all participants to make their way into their room. We kindly ask for all participants to make their way into their room because we will start our next session in a moment. Okay, we are back to our seminar. We are delighted to see you back here. And now we are going to the second panel session. Before that, let me introduce you to our moderator who will guide us in this second panel session. So here we have Mr. Dr. Rernat Heri Pribawanto Suryawan. Mr. Dr. Rernat Heri Pribawanto Suryawan is a lecturer in the Department of Mathematics at Sanata Dharma University. Dr. Rernat Heri Pribawanto Suryawan holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics from Gajah Mada University, completed in 2004, and he earned his master's in mathematics from Bandung Institute of Technology in 2008, and completed his PhD at the University of Kaiserslautern, Germany in 2013, and he also held a postdoctoral position at the University of Zurich, Switzerland in 2017. His research interest includes stochastic analysis, white noise analysis, and fractional stochastic processes. And currently, he serves as an associate professor in the Department of Mathematics at Sanata Dharma University and has become head of the Department of Mathematics at Sanata Dharma University. And now please welcome Mr. Dr. Rernat Heri Pribawanto Suryawan. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so welcome to the second plenary sessions. We will have two invited speakers in this session. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Veronica Fitri Rianasari to come forward. Okay, so our third invited speaker in this conference is Dr. Veronica Fitri Rianasari. She earned her bachelor degree from the Mathematics Education from Sanata Dharma University in 2004, and then she obtained her master degree in Mathematics Education from State University of Surabaya in 2009, and she just recently finished the doctoral study in mathematics education in Ateneo de Manila in the Philippines in 2024. Her research interests consist of tax design, realistic mathematics education, design research, teacher professional development, and her current position is a lecturer in the mathematics education program, Sanata Dharma University. And today, Bu Fitri, as we usually called her, will deliver a talk. Her title is Using Design Research to Promote Pre-Service Teachers' Skills in Designing Realistic Mathematics Tasks. Without further ado, Bu Fitri, please.
Thank you for your kind introduction, Pak Heri. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Today I'll be sharing part of my research. Actually, this is part of my doctoral research about promoting pre-service teacher skills in designing realistic mathematics tasks using design research. This study was started with this rationale. The first, one of the main tasks of education lies in narrowing the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical application, so that students can cope with the demands of modern life. And second, there is a consensus that in mathematics education, that mathematics instruction should focus on promoting students' ability to apply mathematics in solving their daily life problems. These ideas actually emphasized also by OECD through its large-scale assessment, namely PISA, and also in our current national curriculum, As we know, our Indonesian government released a new curriculum, and one of the central policies that replacing the national assessment using character survey and also minimum assessment, Icmame, and minimum competency assessment. Okay. And the last one, and the third, teachers and pre-service teachers have difficulties in designing mathematics tasks that are both meaningful for students and capable for promoting students' higher order thinking skills. Enhancing pre-service teachers' capacity to design a realistic mathematics task is critical. Teachers' experience in designing their own tasks will enable them to build their task ownership and consequently can promote their teaching competence in using realistic mathematics tasks to promote students' learning. When I read the literatures, I found issues or gaps identified. First, previous studies focused on designing isolated realistic mathematics tasks rather than a coherent series of tasks on a particular topic in mathematics. And second, there is a lack of integration between enhancing teachers' ability to design realistic mathematics tasks and developing their didactical strategies for classroom implementation. This leaving them unsupported in exploring the task's didactical potential. And the third, Indonesian teachers cannot rely on mathematics textbooks to provide students with realistic tasks. Previous studies reveal that examined 3 popular mathematics textbooks in Indonesia, and he found that only 10% of the tasks in the textbooks are tasks that have meaningful context and also promote students' higher thinking skills. The lack of such tasks in Indonesian textbooks became one of the reasons why Indonesian students got difficulties in solving realistic mathematics tasks, and this also reflected on the low performance of Indonesian students in PISA. And last, most of Indonesian mathematics teachers employ a teacher-centered and directive teaching approach. In facilitating students in solving problems, if we observe in the classroom in Indonesia, most of the teachers use a directive teaching approach, meaning that the teacher have a central role in helping the student to identify what is the problem is about, what strategies need to be employed, and yeah, the teachers is one of become the source of the informations, and the students are mostly passive in the classroom. There are several terms in the studies, because in my study I use the term realistic mathematics task, but if you read the literature, there are several similar names. We can find word problems, story problems, modeling tasks, authentic tasks, contextual mathematizing tasks, or context-based tasks. Those terms differ in the nature of the context and the degree to which students engage in modeling process. For example, in word problems or story problems are often interpreted as purely math problems, but dressed up in words that merely require straightforward and simple interpretation. In modeling tasks, emphasize the modeling process or translation between the real-world context and mathematics. And then next, this study, I used the term realistic mathematics task. I use the term realistic mathematics task because it is rooted in the theory of RME, or realistic mathematics education, which is Buwanti earlier also mentioned about this theory. In RME, realistic situations mean situations that students can imagine. The context of realistic mathematics tasks can come from the real world, the fantasy world or even from the formal world of mathematics. The most important aspect of realistic mathematics tasks is that the task supports students' mathematization process. Therefore, realistic mathematics tasks are defined as mathematics tasks that are experientially real in students' mind and can support students' mathematization process. This is the theoretical framework of my study, but I just put some part of it. For the theoretical perspective underpinning this project, first I use the theory of realistic mathematics education, or RME. RME serves as a basis for designing instructional activities to support pre-service teachers' skills in designing RMTs. Specifically, the principles of RME guided the researchers, me myself, to gain a deeper insight into the characteristics of realistic mathematics tasks and their role, the role of the task in mathematics learning. And then the second, the theory of didactical situation, or TDS. It's the theoretical framework in mathematics education that focuses on understanding the teaching and learning of mathematics by analyzing the interaction between teacher and the students, and between students and mathematical contents, and between three of them. TDS is grounded in the idea that learning occurs through specific didactical situations designed by the teachers, where students engage with mathematical ideas in ways that promote the development of mathematical knowledge. Aside from those grand theories, still in the framework, Bu Maria, sorry. Yes. Aside from those grand theories, this study also used the problem-posing approach to help pre-service teachers to experience different problem-posing situations. In problem-posing approach, I use three problem-posing situations, namely structured problem-posing, semi-structured problem-posing, and free problem-posing. In free problem-posing, students are simply asked to pose problems without restrictions. In structured problem-posing, students are invited to generate new problems by reformulating the problems that have been solved. In semi-structured situations, students are given an open situation and asked them to investigate it using their previous mathematical knowledge and experiences. Moreover, the study also employed collaborative and reflective learning. So during the lesson, the lecturer, me, myself, and also for the first cycles, I myself as the lecturer, and for the second cycles, there's my colleague will implement. Is the one who implement my instructional activities. During the lesson, the lecturer provided pre-service teachers the opportunity to analyze, synthesize, and evaluate ideas collaboratively in designing RMTs. And also to do reflection by reflecting their previous experiences in solving RMTs and on the process of designing RMTs. The aim of this study, my research, is to develop a local instruction theory to develop pre-service secondary mathematics teacher skills in designing a realistic mathematics tasks. The instructional theory was developed based on the studies of designing, implementing, and reflecting on a set of learning activities. And then I will briefly discuss about design research. This is a research methodology aimed at developing theories about the learning process and the means to support that learning. And there are 5 characteristics of design research. The first, design research aims to develop theories about learning and the means to support that learning. That's why I use this research methodology. And the second, design research has an interventionist nature. It means that this research methodology it means that the research aims at designing an intervention in a real educational context. And the third, design research has a hypothesized and reflective component. In implementing the hypothesized learning, the researchers confront the conjecture with an actual learning, and we call it the process as retrospective analysis. And it has a cyclic nature, the intervention and revisions. And the last, the theory that will be developed has to do real work. In this study, the theory was developed for specific pre-service teacher skills, that is in designing realistic mathematics tasks. This study was conducted in 2 cycles. The first cycle took place in laboratory settings with small group of pre-service teachers. This phase acts as the pilot experiment that bridged the preliminary design and the experimental design and the teaching experiment. The laboratory settings was conducted with 4 pre-service teachers at Sanata Dharma University, but outside the classroom, so not in the regular coursework. The second cycle was conducted in classroom setting. The participants of the second cycle of this research were 38 pre-service teachers at Sanata Dharma University, undertaking a realistic mathematics education course. A lecturer who taught the RME course implemented the instructional activities that I designed. And prior to the beginning of the course, and also prior to the beginning of each meeting, the researchers, me myself, conducted orientation for the lecturer to discuss about the objective of the learning for each meeting, and also the activities that will be implemented, and also we discuss about the challenges that might occur during the course. So we try to explore some ideas to overcome the challenges. This study followed the phases of design research proposed by Gravemeyer, namely design phase, teaching experiment phase, and retrospective analysis. And this is the initial HLT, hypothetical learning trajectory, for my study. There were 3 main ideas that were translated into 8 activities. The first activity is about conceptualizing the characteristic of RMTs, and the next 4 activities are about designing RMTs using several problem-posing situations within collaborative and reflective learning. And actually, this is only part of my study, but actually I also expand this into the implementing RMTs in collaborative and reflective learning, but I only focus on the designing RMTs. And I will share the pre-course findings. So the findings that I found before the intervention, pre-service teachers show a superficial and limited understanding of realistic mathematics tasks. They mainly focus on 2 characteristics of RMTs, namely the relevance to daily life and imaginability of the context by students. And then there's confusion between them. They confuse between RMTs and other types of tasks like word problems or story problems. And also they have challenges in designing RMTs, including authentic context, tasks that has higher cognitive demands, and also tasks that has extra information. And also most of them view RMTs, realistic mathematics tasks, as the applications of existing knowledge, of applications of the knowledge that has been learned before, rather than tools for constructing new knowledge. Their limited exposure to RMTs in prior learning experience and textbooks contributes to these challenges. Moreover, poor secondary school level mathematics knowledge among them may hinder RMT design, because if I see their prior learning experiences during the high school, most of the participants of my all of the participants of my study experience learning loss because of the pandemic. So most of them really struggling to understand the key concept of mathematics, even for mathematics for secondary schools. And this is I want to share you part of their work in the learning activities. During the first meeting, I asked them to analyze the various characteristics of mathematics tasks, and this is one of them. I give them this kind of one of the common tasks that we that we encounter in Indonesian mathematics textbooks about the 3 identical pipes that want to be tied using a rope. So I asked them to analyze the task and also to solve the task and also to see the characteristic of the task. And I hope this is clearly, yeah. So this is their responses when they analyze the task. So the task is set in the context of binding 3 pipes. Solving the task requires reasoning, but is not in line with the situations in reality. The length of the rope to tie 3 pipes must take into account the length of the rope to create the knot. And the procedure to solve the task is obvious from the picture, namely finding the length of 3 external tangents and the length of the 3 arcs. And solving the task only requires the common procedure. So this is the conclusion based on their discussions in small groups and also whole class discussions. So these problems is actually categorized as problems with camouflage context or dressed up problems. And the next, yes, this is also another examples of the task that I gave them. I asked them to solve the problem and also analyze the characteristic of the task. For the task 2, the previous teachers were required to determine whether the firefighter could evacuate people from the 7th floor windows. And the majority of them needed a considerable amount of time to understand the given situations. In solving the task, some group tried to find another additional information regarding the context to help them to solve the problems. For example, they research about the width of the fire truck in order to try to make a plan whether the fire truck can do the evacuation or not. And this task is categorized with tasks with relevant and essential context. Yes. This is an example of task designed by pre-service teachers. You can see that this is quite simple mathematical task, but if we look at in detail, so we can see that the pre-service teachers try to accommodate several aspects of realistic mathematics tasks into the task that they design. To solve the task, students are expected to transform the problem into linear equations with one variable. The variables for setting up the equation is not explicitly given in the task. Consequently, students need to identify the relevant information and strategy for solving the task. And in designing RMTs, the pre-service teachers also receive comments and suggestions from the lecturer and also junior high school teacher and also peers. So I invite junior high school teacher to give a comment and also suggestions to improve the quality of the task designed by pre-service teachers. And the pre-service teachers need to respond of the comments from the lecturer and also from the teacher. This is also another task designed by the pre-service teachers. The lecturer instructed pre-service, aside from designing the task, the researcher also asked the pre-service teachers to formulate conjecture regarding the potential students' answer or strategies, encompassing both correct answer and incorrect answer, or complete answer and also incomplete answer. These conjectures play a vital role in helping teachers to anticipate learning activities that accommodate the actual learning situations. And furthermore, the pre-service teachers were guided to identify solutions that align with the learning objectives and organize these responses in sequential manner. This sequence should progress from informal to more formal level or from less complete to comprehensive answer. This approach aims to assist pre-service teachers in constructing a trajectory for student learning, enabling them to recognize better and address various responses from the students. So from from the implementation, from the teaching experiment, from both cycles, and I make a synthesis of the findings. The findings underscore a comprehensive approach to enhancing pre-service teachers' understanding of RMTs through a set of carefully designed learning activities. These activities involve designing tasks within collaborative and reflective learning practices for an authentic audience, and also analyzing the characteristics of mathematics problems, scrutinizing RMTs designed by peers, and also encourage them to communicate with mentors, with lecturers, and also with the teacher. As an additional information, before the lecturer asked them to design RMTs, the pre-service teachers were informed that the RMTs they designed will be implemented to junior high school students. So this disclosure introduced an additional layer of responsibility for the pre-service teachers as they become aware of the direct impact of their design tasks on students' learning. Moreover, knowing that their works will be implemented with junior high school students motivated them to invest more effort and thought into creating a realistic mathematics tasks that are not only mathematically rich, but also engaging and suitable for the target audience, that is students. And notably, the iterative process involving designing, reflecting, reviewing, and redesigning RMTs, and also collaborative and reflective problem posing for an authentic audience emerged as a central theme throughout these activities. And I want to share about their part of their reflections during the process. I put part of the reflection from 3 groups. For the first group, for example, they state that in designing the task, we need to consider whether the task can be imagined easily by students, or whether the task is reasonable, and whether it has the urgency to be solved by the students. So it gives us that the pre-service teachers already built an awareness of several characteristics of realistic mathematics tasks. And then from group 2, in designing RMT, several considerations need to be taken into account, namely, the problem should be related to students' daily life. The problem should be capable of stimulating students both cognitively, encouraging critical thinking, and affectively, encouraging students' interest in finding solutions. The problems should be addressable through various problem-solving strategies, and the problems should align with the students' level of thinking. And for the other groups, they notice that they need to consider this aspect. First, there must be a reasonable justification for why this problem is presented. This is in line with the term urgency mentioned by the group 1. And then everyday experiences related to the context are necessary to solve the problems. And the mathematical procedures or operations required to complete the task are not explicitly given. So the students need to analyze, need to make a mathematical modeling in order to know what mathematical procedures need to be taken. And last, to complete the task, one must construct a mathematical model. They also encountered challenges in designing the task. I only put several challenges that they mentioned. First, choosing diction in writing sentences that are easy to understand, or how to make a sentence that is not too long but can be easily understood by the students. And connecting the problem to the topic to be thought, determining the urgency of the problems. That's what they found very challenging. And then from the group 2, determining the context of the problem to ensure that the design problems align with the predetermined learning objective. Yeah, because each group already got the predetermined learning objectives, and then they need to design tasks to facilitate students to learn about this concept based on the predetermined learning objective. So they find it difficult to find a context that is suitable to help students to learn through exploration of RMTs if they have already predetermined learning objective. And then from the last group members lack understanding of the mathematical concept related to the characteristic of each measure of central tendency. Yeah. So because one of the topic is about central tendency. And also group members lack experience in developing a realistic mathematics task. That's some of the challenges that they share, that they encountered during the process of designing the task. Yeah, that's all my the findings of my study. We can continue the discussions after the second speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Fitri. Let us give applause to her. Okay, now we will proceed to the fourth invited speaker in this conference. So I will invite Dr. Wolfgang Bock. Wolfgang, yes, Dr. Wolfgang Bock is already joining us. Yeah. Hello, Wolfgang.
Hello, Ali.
Yeah.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi. Yeah. Yes. For your information, it's very early in the morning in the Sweden. Yeah. So thank you very much, Wolfgang. So before Wolfgang will deliver his talk, I will introduce him. So Dr. Rarnat Wolfgang Bock obtained his master degree from University of Kaiserslautern in 2008. He did his PhD also in the University of Kaiserslautern in 2013, and he did his postdoctoral in the Center of Mathematical Analysis and its application in Lisbon, Portugal in 2013. His research interests include complex system, stochastics, and path algebras. And the current position, Wolfgang now is an associate professor in the Department of Mathematics, Linnaeus University in Sweden. And today, he will give talk on, I think this in the area of, I don't know, it's machine learning, yeah, from the title is machine learning in parametrization of digital twins, an example based on the GEMS model. Okay, Wolfgang, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks everybody for having me here and discussing about my current research, or let's say the current research of the consortium I am in. So I don't want to talk too much about specific models. I just want to talk with you about a specific example. So we have seen already in the talk also before that from the education point of view, it's important that you have realistic tasks. And this one is a very realistic task what I'm talking about, namely it's an epidemic microsimulator. And it goes in the direction of digital twins, but maybe not like you know it from the classical way, like machine engineering, but rather from epidemic systems or from the social science point of view. So the parameterization will be a bit different. I will talk about a specific way how to do that here in a very specific part, but especially I want also to tell you a bit about the parts of the digital twin and actually what is a digital twin. So if you take a look in the literature, you can find roughly maybe 50 definitions of digital twins if you somehow search for it directly. And it actually comes from the field of machine engineering, when people thought about building for a complex machine a computerized maybe, or something like a mapping of the machine in the computer. It means, that's the definition of IBM, you have a virtual representation of an object or system designed to reflect a physical object accurately. Yeah? Now, of course, people that worked in applied mathematics for the last 60 years, they would say, okay, digital twin somehow is a model. Yeah, it's true. It's somehow a model, but it's a bit more. Because you see down here, this is very nice source, Tupler, if you want to learn a bit about digital twins. It's more like a model family, and I will discuss about this a bit more. So think about you have a car, let's say Tesla or whatever, with a lot of sensors inside. And you have a direct interaction between the two because you know that you can collect data of the car, especially of a particular car, in every time point. And then you can somehow say, okay, I adapt new, for example, software update on that car based on that data, what the car is doing. So you have not only a model, but you have an instantaneous feedback that you can put back in the physics model, in a realistic model, not in the realistic model, in the real product. And the real product gives you data that you can fit the model with, which is again then checked and analyzed and adapted in such a way that it comes back again. And so you get something like a loop. And some of you maybe know that you can have smart homes, smart freezers or something like this. You can adapt stuff quite nicely based on what data you have in this. So there are so many different sensors today that you can have in your daily life that you can actually build up a whole digital twin of your life, if you like, if you would have a machine which is big enough. Okay, so this is a digital twin. So how could it be now in epidemics? So I worked a bit in the corona pandemic. So actually I'm normally doing stuff like Harry is doing, so I'm more like a probabilist. But in the corona pandemic, the idea was to use random craft models to mimic somehow the disease spread in the early phase. Because everybody knows you can use differential equation models quite well when the epidemic is, let's say, went through, right? So if you wait for 2 or 3 years or 2 or 3 months, if it's a very tough one like COVID was, then you have an endemic situation, or you're an epidemic situation where you can say, okay, an SIR model is fine because you have a well-mixed state. But this you cannot do in the beginning. So for heterogeneous models, you have to think a bit more. And what we wanted to do, or what we're doing right now, is to try to cope with heterogeneity in the population in such a way that we build up a digital twin based on heterogeneity, that if the next pandemic is coming or the next epidemic is coming, we can predict for certain countries something like, with a digital twin, a strategy to, let's say, flatten the curve or to get the disease under control. So this leads immediately to a bit more work than we know from a classical model. It's a model family rather. So you have, for example, that's how it looks in Austria. Because I'm now in Sweden, I have to put some Lego stones there because they are very famous here, of course. They are from Denmark and everybody likes them. So you see, you have a population model, a population data model, and this population data is based on where people live, how old are people, what are comorbidities of the people, where do they work, what is the education status, for example, how active are they? Are they going to pubs every evening? Are they going to big squares every evening? Are they mixing with a lot of people and stuff like this? All of this we have in a population model, and these are, how I would say, disease-relevant parameters. I will talk in a while a bit about how to fit these things, but you can see already you have a lot of data. You have a big data set, and you can, of course, for law reasons, not directly say that, okay, I have this guy is living in this house and he has diabetes and it's exactly the realistic person, because you cannot reveal the disease status of a person. It's against the law. So what you have to do is you have to build up a synthetic population. And the synthetic population usually built up by a massive parameterization of such models that then will lead to something like a trained form of a census, which is then not, of course, the one-to-one, the optimal one, but it's in one-to-one, in the sense of an empirical distribution. Then there comes a disease module. The disease module would be that what you all know as IR, but you can also think about a random graph model. You could think about, okay, we learned some models, so we have data, a lot of data from COVID, so you can just put the neural network and say, okay, if I have this input, I have that output, yeah? So things like that could work. For all of them, you need economic data, you need epidemiological data, and you combine this together to outcomes, which then tells you, okay, this is the state, what decision I can do. All of these things, all of these small layers have tens or hundreds of models, micro models, let's say, that have to work with each other to become a digital twin. And they can be physics-based, that means as your realistic models as we know them, so like you have functions that are partial differential equations or differential equations, stochastic differential equations, stochastic processes that are models inside of this. And you can also have data-informed models where you just have data, but it's too complex to model something feasible. Then all of this you have to put together. And all of this has to be parameterized in a certain way. And all of this has to be parameterized on different scales, because you maybe want to do this on the level of one city. You can also do it on the level of one street. Maybe you want to do it on the level of a county. So there are different things that come inside by the choice of the model, and also, of course, by the data that you have. And all of that has to become somehow, you have to be smart, or you have to use smart techniques to get these things parameterized. In our framework, this looks a bit more or less the same. I just put the milestone plan here, and I dashed out what we cannot do until May. That's but we will do it afterwards. So the idea is that we have a population file. On this population file, we will now put contact models. It means we check when people get in contact with each other based on contact surveys that we then extrapolate with partially neural networks, partially with just classical linear regression models. There we also have something like physics-based models, like testing strategies, where the testing strategies, the parameterization of things like distributions, how long you need to get to the test, or how long is it from test to symptoms, or how long is it from test to test result. These are things that we usually fit directly from empirical distribution. In some cases also, here we say we start, of course, with principal component analysis and check that is important. Yeah? So this is the contact model and the agent non-pharmaceutical intervention measures. Then afterwards comes something like a behavioral model. The behavioral model itself is a neural network based on key feature parameters, psychological key feature parameters, which tell us if people follow rules or not. This is a whole group itself. I'm not doing this. This is a whole group in Lübeck with about 5 or 6 people that are doing psychologists and computer scientists that are doing nothing else but building up that model. And it's really like a essentially neural network, but as I said, directly also clinical tested, and they make big service of that. And then there come vaccination models, okay, and then we have something like a dashboard. So that is what we want to do in our case. So that's how the epidemic GEMS model looks like. And I want to now go with you through the different layers which are parameterization relevant, which is the synthetic population and some of the parameters, and I will tell you how we did that, or how our groups did that inside there. And yeah, then I will show you the first outcomes of that. Okay, so the thing that, so the consortium that we are working with is called Optim Agent. And yeah, it consists of something like 50 scientists of different roles. So I'm one of 3 mathematicians. There are mainly computer scientists and yeah, I would say epidemiologists inside, psychologists of course, and so on. And what I can say about it is that we work on a so-called synthetic micropopulation. The whole program that we program is called German Epidemic Microsimulation System. And you can now think that every person in Germany, you could also do the same, by the way, for Indonesia, if the data is there. So the package is open, so you can just try to adapt the same stuff. So you have a German-based population, and the German-based population, I talked a bit about it, is based on age, sex, education, occupation, comorbidities. So we have that every node in the random graph that we look at, because what we do is a random graph, is an agent, and that agent has attributes, and these are the attributes that's standing here, plus where the guy lives, so something like a geolocation in GPS data. Things like where's the next supermarket, where they usually go shopping or something like that, is based on a georeference data. We have a vaccination status there, immunity status, natural immunity, and things like that. And on top of that, we cluster them in certain settings. And settings are, for example, households. So most of the contacts that you have in the day are in the household. If you don't work, it's in the household, and also if you put people in quarantine, you cannot avoid household contacts. These depend on the family type that you can have. You can have different family types. You can have single households. You can have, you live together with your spouse. You can have something like you live together with a family, or you can also have the grandparents and the grandparents there, right? So things could essentially happen. Yeah? Another thing is the size of your flat. So I mean, that is epidemic relevant if you live in an 80 square meter flat or something like a 500 square meter mansion, right? You just have more rooms where you can isolate in. Then also the income based on that, because it has something to do with food that you have, and it influences immune status and so on. Then you have the workspace layer, which is telling you with which people you work, size and geolocation, and then, for example, for the kids, the school layer. Yeah? So all of this together builds you now a lot of micro networks. These micro networks are not easy to get. So what you do is you take the marginal distribution, for example, of the workspaces in Germany, and then you cluster people together. Then you know, okay, who is working outside, who is working inside, what do they work, do we have offices, how big are the offices, and this you assign to this workspace. But it's marginal distribution, and the hope is that you have enough data in that set that you get it empirical right. For the households, this is quite easy. For the households, you can just sample directly from the marginal distribution of the sensors, of microsensors. So you take every 4 years as a big survey, and you just take these parameters out. For the schools in Germany, you would have to go to every county and ask them, how does the school look like, how big are they? And here we didn't model something like individual school buildings, but more like clustered things like I have a primary school, I have a secondary school, and size 1, 2, 3. So something like between 50 and 200 students and so on. If you want to generate a synthetic population, you need to take into account things like the whole demographics, and you see here a picture of Germany shared in age, in persons aged 65 plus. And there you see already the first problem. You have a lot of data, but this data is very heterogeneous. So it's possible to do that, but this heterogeneity will of course directly influence also every disease parameter, as we will see in a second, right? So it's absolutely true that, okay, you have this picture of Germany. You see that you have in the east a lot of people that are 65 plus, so there will be a lot of age-specific comorbidities like diabetes. There will be a lot of age-relevant things like, I don't know, people having maybe more heart problems and so on and so on. So this you have to take into account in just from the health point of view, and this will influence directly parameters such as death rate. This will influence parameters like hospitalization rate and so on. Right? All of these factors have to be done heterogeneous, but also empirical, because synthetic population means that you cannot go back to the original population. Yeah, this is by law. You always have this problem that by law you cannot say, okay, I take now exactly what is happening in Germany. You have to take an empirical sample, which is your digital twin, essentially. So here we combine information on 100 meter cells from OpenStreetMap. So OpenStreetMap you can get open. Also in Malaysia, we have buildings, we put people inside. We have mixed buildings, non-residential buildings. The flaw is here we have a census from 2011, but there will be a census from 2025 out next year, so we will do this. And we will generate the household members based on age, sex, whatever, on every data that is in the microcensus from 2019. So and we have here several machine learning prediction methods. So this is the first time when machine learning comes that allow for capacity constraint prediction. Yeah, so you have that the prediction somehow, yeah, gives you totals that you know from official statistics. You can, in many different ways, just you have a hand on certain parameters, and then you know that the microcensus or the census itself has data which is a snapshot, or also you have comorbidities based on one health insurance in Germany, but not all health insurances in Germany. And then you learn this with a neural network, and you try to then put this empirically to the whole population. But that is where we highly make use of machine learning, just because, so in the first population, because we don't have the data in the broad German population, but rather in a small snapshot of this. And because of heterogeneity, you cannot do this one-to-one. I cannot just make a linear interpolation. I have really to learn this based on certain attributes. Yeah? So this is number one. After this runs, we want to have something like public health decision making. So you want to know what is the cost of illness, you want to have health-related quality life, and so on. You want to do afterwards a public health decision making. And as you see here, we have in the middle something like a dynamic simulation. And this dynamic simulation is we run the stuff, but now, for example, we feed the program with data from local doctors, which tell, okay, I have a lot of people now with respiratory symptoms, like influenza, and I make a blood test, and I get something like also influenza cases popping up in the simulation. So what do I do with this? This means dynamic simulation. Then we would just, this digital twin effect again, we would just incorporate this in the model, yeah? And start with that, and then extrapolate what could be the possible outcomes. And then based on these outcomes locally, again, trying to interpolate that to globally to whole Germany, we will say that, okay, there is something that you have to do, or you have to be worried or not, so we have something like a dashboard for the decision makers. if we now come a bit more to a model which is our group from Halle, from Leipzig did with Markus Scholz, is about parameterization of disease data. So, I mean, population data and so on, one can think about, okay, go to Wikipedia, you can find something, and in case of emergency, you build up together your stuff. But all of us that ever worked with disease spread data know that this is a bit problematic. So you can, of course, put an SIR model and you just trigger it until it works, but then you know there comes a new variant, there comes a new problem, then the government makes a lockdown, and somehow you have to change the parameters again. So the primary aim of that sub-project is parameterization of time-space resolved parameter estimates and distributions, especially distributions. So we want to have what is the distribution of getting sick, what is the distribution of somebody transferring the disease and so on. The secondary aims here are essentially Bayesian parameterization, so you want to make a Bayesian inference modeling, and then for sparse data, that means most of the data in Germany is sparse, so we don't have a lot of health data. We have a lot of health data, but they are not well categorized, cataloged, so we don't have a good catalog from them. So the thing is then you have to build up a reinforcement learning approach for fitting this. Yeah, it's again like in the synthetic population, you have to fill the gaps, and then afterwards put this into the agent-based model, the big model that we have. Check what comes out. Yeah, compare that to the reality, trigger it again, and then go back. Right. This is somehow in a nutshell what we want to do. And I want to give you here a quick overview how this could be done in for an agent-based model with an SIR model. And this is a quite, I would say, uncommon one. That's why I want just to emphasize that here, because you should also maybe see something completely new here. So this is an input-output nonlinear dynamical system. What the people in Leipzig do is they do the same as maybe many of you have seen from a ODE point of view. You put a flow diagram, and now they want to use these parts of this flow diagram, parts of these nodes, as hidden layers in a sort of a neural network. So what you can put inside of your model, so what are the things that you definitely know, is, well, somewhat like the tested people. So you don't know how many are infected, you don't know the dark figure, but tested people. You know the test strategies, that means you know the positive test rate. Yeah? You know policies of the government. That means do you have a lockdown, do you have not a lockdown, and something like this. You know the, for example, the boostering strategies, the vaccination strategies, and so on. And the idea is that you just work with layers as input layers that you really know. So you just specify those data, so you go to government data and check what do I know. And then you set up the system, like you would see the system of the differential equation, as a linear system. It's very easy. So you just shuffle them, yeah? Vaccination 1, 2, 3, 4, so you have all of your, age-dependent vaccination booster shots, then it goes to how many are maybe recovered, how many were infected, and so on. And as an output layer, you actually just get those which you have measured to be infected. Yeah? Then you can make some zero prevalence studies and stuff like this. So the measured compartments that you really measure that you can do, and in the middle they have a pseudo hidden layer with hospitalization. So where you know how many people are critical and so on. By this, now you want to train input, output, yeah? You want to train these things and use this mechanism to get out then the parameters and then go back to get the parameters for the agent-based model by reverse engineering. But this is a quite nice thing. So how you parameterize now? You take negative log likelihood. So where you have the model parameters, you have some residual, and then you have some Bayesian constraints. Yeah, you have to be careful here. You have a massive amount of data and a massive amount of nodes, and we know that if you just use too many, then you can fit everything. You will go to overfit. That's why we need Bayesian. You will need some Bayesian constraints here to avoid overfitting. So we have a residual area mutual constraints of the federal state. So this log likely mut. So that means that what do we have to put in here? These are known, more or less. And then you have you don't want to have unnatural behavior. So if you have too strong fluctuations, or I mean, you can have an exponential outbreak, but if it's going up exponentially, down exponentially, up exponentially, down exponentially, you don't want that. So you also put a penalization on the strong deviations in time on time series, and then you just put a multi-chain Monte Carlo simulation of the parameter configurations, and you go through it, and then you get the parameterization. This is super costly, of course, but it works. It works very well, and you can read this in this parameterization of epidemiologic models from Geifert, Kirsten, and Scholz, and they use these parameters then to inform our model based on distributions and so on. The results for Germany show, so these are the dashed lines here, are actually the reported ones, and the non-dashed ones are the computed ones, and you see that we follow really this quite well. So this model is really like very nice, and you get a standalone population immunity diagram. And this is very important. So this immunity diagram is very important for running the simulations again, because you want to know where are my immune people and how many do I have, and where are they living, in which age group are they, right? So this we can do now in the whole population of Germany based on that what we have just seen. And so this input-output layer just gives you then the immunized people, because it simulates the diffusion flow via a neural network. And then with this you can then start your agent-based system to get a bit more heterogeneous resolution. Now, if you look at the states in Germany, and you have 16 of them, the age profile, and so we have here the age groups, and also the you see here the parameters are according to the color map of the different states. You have for every type of corona, wild type, alpha, delta, BA1, BA2, and BA3, you have here Monte Carlo plots, so Monte Carlo simulations that tell you where these parameters are, and you see that they highly differ in age categories, but also for different types, and also for different regions. So we have now a way to cluster the parameterization on the German level, but also we can go and resolve it on the small level of the federal states already. And what is here inside of the data is the test positive rate, for example, cumulative death, and 7-day test positives. This are essentially the data which is best accessible in Germany, because in 7-day test positives you had actually the non-pharmaceutical intervention measures on, and death, I mean, unfortunately, still one of the best variables that you can find in the pandemic. Yeah, I want to just close this and show you a nice video about what we did. So this is based on the parameterization of the model of Marco Scholz with our model, how a fictional pandemic looks like with an Omicron type virus, and then coming with a second variant on mutation. You see here just the first outbreak. So you see actually where it breaks out. You see the small centers. You can see in, at the beginning you have a quite sparse graph until the cities knock in, and then you have actually quite connected network until it goes down. Yeah. So it works. It works also quite well, but you have to do a lot, and yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Wolfgang. Yeah, now we have time to raise questions, both for Dr. Fitri and for Dr. Wolfgang. So I invite questions from the audience. Yeah, Pak Yosep. Romo Eko. One more maybe. Pak Yudi, okay. We have 3 questions from the audience. So first, Pak Yosep, please.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Fitri and Wolfgang, for your great presentation. I have some question for to Bu Fitri. Yeah, so I relate with Bu Fitri's work because I also focus to prepare future mathematics teacher, but Bu Fitri choose to teach them how to design a realistic mathematics task based on her presentation. So Bu Fitri, do you have maybe belief or something about mathematics teaching and learning, so that in your doctoral dissertation you choose RMT as your focus of your research? Maybe you can tell us, for me, to mathematics educator or to mathematician, so that we are aware how important realistic mathematics. That's the first question. And the second is about your research aims. Based on your presentation, your research aim, if I'm not mistaken, is to develop LIT, local instruction theory. But I'm sorry, maybe I missed to your LIT, so can you explain to us again what is your LIT about designing RMT for pre-service mathematics teachers? And the last one for me is about for designing mathematical tasks. I think there are some process included in that. For example, identifying learning goals, and then maybe knowing the students before the designing task. So, in your research, are there times for your research subjects to know students before they design task, so that the resulted task is imaginable for the students? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yosep. The second question from Romo Eko.
Thank you. Thank you for Dr. Fitri for your good presentation, and I would like to ask a question for you, related to how to connect mathematical concepts to the students' daily life. In my opinion, there are 2 approaches. First, after students learning mathematical concept, and we introduce to them how to apply what they have learned in daily life. And the second approach is we give them the problem real, and from them they will learn mathematical concepts. And I think RME is this approach. So from the real problem, yeah, they can use the problem to study mathematics. In my struggle is when I prepare the students in Sanat Dharma, how to really give to create the problem or to come with the idea. So the students, whether in college or in high school, they can learn from this problem. They can learn mathematics concepts from it. So my question is for you, in your research, what is your finding related to this? How to really how to create the problem and how to bring this one so they can learn mathematics from that problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Romo. And then the third question from Pak Yudi.
Hello. My question is to Wolfgang. Hi, Wolfgang. It's Yudi. I saw you have a quite an awfully big diagram of the nonlinear input-output the dynamical system, and you have that the hidden layer. What you do with the hidden layer? Do you lump the information from just one from those hidden layers, or what you do with that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yudi. Okay, Bu Fitri, maybe you can answer the first two questions first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will answer the first question from Pak Yosef. That's a good point that you made, Pak Yosef. First, I want to answer your questions about my belief about mathematics teaching and learning. From my perspective, I believe that mathematics learning should be meaningful for students. So mathematics should not be taught or learned as a ready-made product, but rather than as a meaningful activity that offers students an opportunity to experience guided reinvention. So by the guidance of the lecturer or adults, they will reinvent mathematics through the exploration of RMTs. So that's why I emphasize the importance of RMTs in mathematics teaching and learning. And for the second, the aims of, the aim of my study is to develop a local instruction theory for developing pre-service teacher skills in designing and implementing RMTs. I'm sorry, I did not present it in my PowerPoint because of, in this presentation, I focus on how they process in designing the task. Yeah, but as the results of my study, the proposed LIT consists of three main ideas. The first one is how to engage students to conceptualize the characteristic of RMTs from as the initial steps. And then the second, the researchers need to help them to guide them to design RMTs within collaborative and reflective learning using different problem-posing situations in my study. The structured problem-posing situations, semi-structured problem-posing situations, and also free problem-posing situations. And then after that, we guide the students to design a lesson plan by using the RMTs that they designed, and then help them to be ready from both pedagogical and also from the mathematical concept in order to implement the task in the classroom. So those three ideas are actually the results of my study. And then from those three main ideas, I also break down into several items and several sub-goals. For example, in designing the RMTs, first the pre-service teachers need to identify key concepts of a specific mathematics topic. So they need to be really understand, if I want to teach a certain topic, what mathematical ideas are what mathematical ideas I need to address during my lessons, for example. That's for the LIT. And then designing mathematics tasks. Yes, I also, during the process, I expose them to know the students that they will encounter at schools. But because of several limitations, I did not invite them to go directly to the schools, but I invite the pre-service teachers who have experience in teaching at the schools, and then share their experiences in teaching math lessons to the students at the schools. And also I and then I give them to analyze the video of the mathematics topic from that school, so the students observe the characteristic of the students from the video. Yes, that's one of the limitations of my study, because I did not ask them to directly observe students at schools, but they observe not directly by analyzing the videos. And for Romo Eko, how to create the problems. First, I will address your first points, Romo Eko. Yes, a realistic mathematics thus has two functions, not as only as the applications of mathematical knowledge that have been learned, but also as the starting point to help students to reinvent mathematics through exploring the RMTs. And how to create the problems. Actually, this is a very complex process. And the first thing that they need to consider is about the key concept of the mathematics that the pre-service teachers want to teach for the students. So they need to analyze the key concept of the mathematical topic. And then they need also to know the characteristic of the students, so that they can choose a specific context that is meaningful for the students, and also suitable for the learning objective of the mathematical topic. And how to teach from the problems. Yes, that's also a complex process, but I think we can guide the pre-service teachers first to make a conjecture of students' learning. They need to imagine if they were the students who want to solve these problems, they can make a list of the possible answer from the students, whether it is correct or incorrect, complete or incomplete, so that the teacher can aware several responses that might encounter at the classroom. And also, they need to make a sequence of the responses from the, for example, from the very informal to the formal responses, so that the teacher can respond to each of the responses from the students. And also, they need to be ready. They need to make provoking questions or probing questions in order to help the student when they encounter difficulties in solving the problems. For example, if the students cannot understand the problems, what questions that teachers can pose in order to help them, not directly to tell the problem what is the problem is about, but by posing provoking questions. So that's why also I think that's some skills or understanding that should be mastered by the pre-service teachers in order to be able to teach mathematics meaningfully using realistic mathematics. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Fitri. Okay, now Wolfgang, you have one question from Pak Yudi. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so there's a short and a long answer. So short answer, you think of the nodes as compartments, and you just put this a linear, let's say, transport through the nodes, like you would do it in your SIR model. and then the information is just transported along this, and you put the weights according to neural network according to the parameters that you would use in the ODE model, which could be nonlinear, of course. Yeah. Long maybe, but I do it short. You can also see the whole stuff as a Kopman operator. So you could also write it up as a Kopman operator with a stochastic fluctuation. Then you have a nonlinear SPD. But this is very hard to solve because you have more than 1 or 3 different ones which are all coupled. And yeah, I can write the stuff up actually by some assumptions on my stochastic process, but I cannot solve it. If I want to have numerical stuff, it's actually better to do it in that way. Like you do straightforward ODE solver, and you adjust your rates according your transition rates according to the neural network. But that's what it's sort of hidden data actually are. You just don't use the information of them. You just use the output information. Good.
Okay, thank you, Wolfgang. Yeah, I know giving talk on Saturday morning in Sweden is maybe harder than mathematics itself, yeah. So thank you very much. Hopefully we can meet in person, yeah, maybe in Indonesia, in Sweden, or somewhere else. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately we have to finish this session. So let us thanks again, Dr. Fitri and Dr. Wolfgang. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you to our great speakers for the insightful knowledge, and also thank you for the incredible moderator, to Mr. Dr. Renat Heri Pribawanto Suryawan, and for Ms. Veronica Fitri Rianasari, MSc PhD. Please remain here. Before we move to the next session, we would like to invite Mr. Eko Budi Santoso, JSPD PhD, to come forward. Please come to him. Please, Mr. Eko, give the certificate to Mr. Dr. Renat Heri Pribawanto Suryawan. Please give a round of applause to the moderator. And then give the souvenir to Ms. Veronica Fitri Rianasari, MSc PhD. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. Great.
Okay, now let's stretch our body after we have a very long discussion and very insightful knowledge from the speakers, and it's really interesting, and we do really enjoy this seminar session, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we hope that we all get fruitful insights from our speakers today, and well, please give a round of applause again to our great speakers.
I really enjoyed the seminar today because I can get more insightful information about mathematics, and now it's time for us to have a lunch break. And after that, we hope for all the participants to get themselves ready for the parallel session.
Okay, I believe this is the time that we are waiting for. Yeah, lunch break. Okay. And for the information for the parallel session will take place in this room, which is the Arkara Seminar Room, LPPM 1, LPPM 2, and we will have also a virtual parallel session through breakout room Zoom. And for the room or group distribution can be seen on the program book.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of today's agenda.
Before we move on to our next agenda, let's give our thanks for His blessings upon us. We would like to invite you to recite a prayer all together. I will lead the prayer in Protestant. For others who have different beliefs and religions, please adjust. Let us pray. God, we thank you for the opportunity to gather and learn together in this seminar. We are grateful for the wisdom shared, the insights gained, and the fellowship we have experienced. As we conclude, we ask you to bless each of us as we depart. May we carry with us the knowledge we have gained and use it to serve others with love and humility. Through Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to inform you the lunch break will take place in the area adjacent this room. So we invite everyone to join us there to enjoy a meal and take a moment to relax before we have parallel sessions.
Finally, from the deepest of our heart, on behalf of the seminar committee, we would like to thank you for joining our seminar today. We do apologize for any mistakes during the seminar.
And also, we would like to inform you about the parallel session. For those attending the sessions in LPPM 1 and LPPM 2, please proceed to the building across this auditorium, and there will be our staff. Our staff is available to accompany you there. Okay, and also we would like to thank everyone for your kind attention on this seminar, and once again, please give a round of applause for all of us. Good afternoon and have a good day.